What's up, my dudes? Ring the bells. Give it up for day 4. How many of you were here for all 15 hours yesterday? I hope the answer is 0. You guys need to sleep. We solved a murder. We did. We solved a murder yesterday. Oh, we're back to wait. No. Hold on. The clock's wrong. The clock is wrong. The clock is wrong. Let me fix the clock real quick. It's wrong. Bonus stream, dude. Bonus stream is crazy. Today, we crossed the 50% mark of the 100-hour stream week. We currently sit at 40. If you were here in the middle of the night last night for the old double flipperoo to end it, it was epic. We had an epic double flipperooski to end the stream. Hey, George. Thank you so much for the 62 months, George. I hope you're having a good one. Why do astronauts use Linux? Because they can't open windows in space. Because they can't open windows in space. Hi, YouTube. The hardy YouTubers that have to watch 2 different streams every day. Why does Safanov always kick the ball out of play? Honestly, I think it's all part of their strategy. It's the same as their kickoff play where they kick the ball out. I think Safanov just tries to pin it up against the side. PSG's like a Venus flytrap, dude. Sorry, I spilled a bunch of honey on the lid. Didn't want to close it and have it go everywhere. But they're like a Venus flytrap. They set the trap by giving you the ball, and then they beat you. How am I feeling after 40 hours? I feel good. I say when I stream 15 hours, I'm getting like 7 hours of sleep, which is almost okay. So I'm basically like in bed asleep about 30 minutes after the stream ends. You know, I got to basically go through my phone, answer any messages and emails that I got, and then I go to sleep. Now, like in the morning before the stream, unfortunately, I've had like a to-do list that is stacked up. Like stuff that I've had to record, stuff, you know. So like I think about an hour after I get out of the bed, the stream starts, you know. And then during that like starting soon screen, I'm basically in there like, okay, I'm eating this for lunch. Let me get those supplies. I'm eating this for dinner. Let me map that out. I'm, you know, like, let me make my breakfast real quick. I'm like in the kitchen. Dude, 7 hours? No, you guys, sleep is very dependent on the person. You guys know this. Sleep's very dependent on the person. Fenners, thank you so much for the prime. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. Welcome to an Elite Online Gaming. Derek, thank you for the 70 months. Oh my, Derek. Yeah, I sleep a ton. I sleep at least 8 hours a night. If I'm sleeping less than 8 hours a night, I'm accumulating a sleep debt. I can put down 9 or 10, no problem. I sleep a ton. Maybe that's what makes up for me not drinking coffee or anything. But I sleep a ton. And so sleeping 7, I'm like slowly accumulating a sleep debt, you know? Hey, pal, did you get my apology? I did. Turkmenistani man, I appreciate you being an incredibly genuine person. A very genuine person. I got your apology. Thank you very much. I did. I want you to know, Turkmenistani man, that I actually love horses. I grew up around horses. So I don't know why anybody was saying that I don't like horses. Donkeys, I love all equine animals. I grew up around all of them. But thank you very much. The vast majority of people on the planet would not do what you did. Somebody on Twitch chat said, horses are real? They are. They're usually pretty chill. Smithy, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. DP, thank you for the 22 months. Z only hates Mexicans. Dude, that clip is out of control. What was it? What was I even saying? It was like, I hate Mexican midfielders, and then I like hiccuped and coughed at the same time right before I said the word midfielders or something. There's so many Mexican midfielders. What apologize for? Chat, this is Turkmenistani man's the guy we were talking about the other day. Where I'd been sent what he said on YouTube, basically. That he learned English because he'd heard that I hated horses, right? He's from Turkmenistan, right? Horses are very, very important in Turkmenistan. He'd heard that I hated horses. And so he learned English to tell me how much he hated me. But then after learning English, he watched the stream and decided that I actually wasn't so bad. And that it was probably mistranslated. And he was apologizing for his hatred. So horses are terrifying, only if you scare them. But in the defense of horses, people are usually terrifying if you scare them. I bet Z loves every single animal. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I do. I do. My mom used to work at a vet clinic, and they would help like animals at the Tampa Zoo all the time. And so she worked with a lot of the animals at the zoo. So I grew up, we always had a lot of animals. Like every type of animal that you can imagine. Bird, lizard, horses, donkey, cats, dogs, obviously, goats, a sheep, cows. What animals do I hate? Love bugs. Not ladybugs. There's a difference. And if you know that difference, then you know why I hate love bugs. I'm pretty sure they're all dead now. When I was a little kid, they were such a problem, and they just don't exist anymore. Couldn't tell you. Mosquitoes suck. They're necessary, but I'm not gonna lie. I've got that like Florida blood. Mosquitoes do not come after me. I like the mosquitoes really just don't come after me that much. Hornets. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever been stung by a hornet. I obviously run into them all the time. I've been stung by bees. I laid down on a bumblebee once. No, I didn't. Ticks? Okay, yeah, ticks. Love bugs, ticks, suck. Any other animals that suck? That fish in the Amazon River that has scarred me since I was a child, and I watched a Discovery Show channel episode about this fish in the Amazon that will swim up your junk. That animal can piss right off. Leeches. I think just bugs in general. I'm not a big bug guy. My love of animals does not extend to bugs. Just bugs. I'm not about it. Look up tarantula wasps. Isn't that the wasp that like eats spiders? Not gonna lie, dude. Kind of doing the Lord's work there. You know what I'm saying? Like, heard about the hantavirus? Yeah. I've also played enough of the pandemic video games to know that if a virus is too deadly, it can't be a pandemic. I made that mistake all the time. Yeah, the plague games back on like what was that? Addicting games. If your virus kills too many people too quickly, it can't be a pandemic. Hantavirus is a really deadly virus. So's Ebola. So, the really deadly viruses exist, and it super sucks that people are on a cruise ship with that. But People that are worried about a global pandemic doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, I'm not a virologist. Maybe there's some weird thing about it that makes it dangerous. But also, I'm streaming for 100 hours this week, so you guys have the opportunity to read a lot more about that than I do. I'm sitting here talking to you guys for 15 hours every day, the last couple of days. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the jokes about like cancel the season. Ticks are not bugs; they're the same as spiders. Really? That's kind of like how killer whales are dolphins, not whales. Makes you think. You're like, nah, tick's not a bug, it's a spider. I would classify spiders as bugs. They're obvious, like they're arachnids or whatever, right? They're a different kind of bug in my brain. Dolphins or whales? Okay, killer whales are way closer to dolphins than they are to other whales, evolutionarily. Obviously, they're both mammals. I'm just saying. What is the word for spiders? Stay inside, watch Zealand streams, and stay healthy. True. You are not going to catch the hantavirus watching this stream. You're not. I mean, there's a difference between an insect and a bug. I think a bug is a gross little thing with no exact definition. Arachnids. Yeah, arachnids is the English word for that. For spiders. A spider family. Wait, hold on. Fiance's two best friends are infectious disease doctor and a pathologist. They don't seem worried, so I'm not worried. Yeah, there you go. That always reminds me of one time when I was sitting at an airport Chili's with a couple of family friends, and one of the family friends is a doctor, and I choked on a mozzarella stick, and I went, "Huh!" And everybody else at the table got up and like came over to try and help me, and the doctor didn't move because he knew that if I was making noise, I wasn't choking. Trust the people that have actually, gone to rigorous school in order to be able to answer those questions. They usually know best. Let me pop open Football Manager here. Yeah, literally nobody goes to more school than the doctors, dog. Yeah. Sorry, YouTube. You just got my hoarse voice singing. It's early. Teachers go to school every day for work. Doctors eventually stop. I hate that. That's really good. I hate that. Is this your job? Yeah, it is. This, and I make YouTube videos. I made one YouTube video about the best team in the Turkmenistan League, and I'm imagining that's where the news article came from, because I basically made a video talking about, what's the name of the club? They win every match because they're Berdy Makhmadov's favorite team. Arkadog, thank you. I made a video about Arkadog because I thought it was interesting that they were like, you know, Turkmenistan's leader's favorite team, and they just happened to win every game. And then they, you know, they'd never lost a game or whatever in their entire existence. But at the same time, I was also pointing out the fact that it was kind of like that they'd won every game, you know, like, okay. There've been some complaints. Yeah, sounds legit, exactly. And so I would imagine if you are from Turkmenistan and you were told by somebody that I was a bad person, that is probably why. That was a long time ago, but if I had to put 2 and 2 together, that would be my guess. And I'm sorry about that. How's the new tactic working out? It is working out splendidly well, Chet. The new tactic is working out splendidly well. You guys ready for a little freaking Malia today? You're the only reason why I'm giving FM another go, dude. I am so sorry. Lightstar, thank you for the 3 months. Congrats on cooking your bacon. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a UD Malia table right there. That's exactly what you're looking at. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Real Betis? Oh, no, Anthony. Oh, no, Anthony. They've lost all 5 of their opening matches. Anthony. Anthony. He's asking to leave to get continental soccer. Anthony's asking to leave. Is this the Noble Mendy effect? They're not even playing him, dude. He is also asking to leave. Anthony. After a long, successful career at the age of 33, is asking to leave so he can play European ball. We should sign him. We should save him. I could save him. I could save Anthony for the bargain price of $5 million and $7 million in wage and making him the highest paid player on my team. I could save him. I could save him. You could change him? I could. They actually have a pretty decent team. I don't know why they're so bad. But anyways, we're off to a decent start. We're in third. We're one of 3 teams with Villarreal and Barcelona that have not lost a game so far. We're actually ahead of Real Madrid right now, which is pretty crazy considering Real Madrid over the last couple of years has absolutely blasted the league. They have gotten over 90. They've gotten at least 91 points every single year. In fact, for 3 straight years, they got over 100 points. They got 98, 100, 101, 103, lost the league with 91, came back and dropped 100. And then last season, they dropped a really paltry 93, and now Barcelona seems to be on an absolute tear. So, but what do we have today, ladies and gentlemen? We have Champions League. We've got Olympiacos away, apparently, Monaco at home, and Sporting away. These are gettable games in the Champions League for us. The issue that we've run into, the biggest problem for our team as it stands right now, is that we have 5 players out with an injury, including Our top 3 right back players, if you go down to our B team, Alexi Gallardo is also out with an injury. So we are missing everyone. Absolutely everyone. It's to say, YouTube, we're listening to Take On Me. You can't hear it, but it's a banger. Should FM have dynamic potential? I mean, FM kind of does, because unlike EAFC, a player doesn't always reach their potential. Like, you can have somebody with 200 potential ability that just, depending on their personality, training facilities, playing time, just literally doesn't even become a decent player. It's possible. Can we make a C team? I would love to. How's our B team doing, though? 3rd in the league. Nice. 6 matches played, 13 points. They're absolutely balling. Just see who's, like, playing. Rodriguez, Marcos Perez, Yuste is playing, Zulu, Silva, Barr, Beltran. Oh, Saul Beltran. Hapsalo, Silva, and Peterson. Those are the guys we definitely want to be working. And Lira in goal. All right, it's basically the exact team we want. I'm managing a B team basically for the first time. Yuste is starting. The manager is choosing him over Daniel. So we're going to see what he can do. Now he's getting first team coaching. Now he's getting playing time in the Spanish second division. We're going to see what kind of development we can get out of Alejandro Yuste. We're going to see what kind of development we can get out of Alejandro Yuste real quick. All right. Take me home, take on me. He's only started once. Yes, but he started the last game, so that's what it's all about. Because Yanez was starting the other games. And now we finally got rid of Yanez, and so Yuste is able to play. It's only been 1 game since the deadline day. So that's why that situation's happening. All right, lads. Rayo Vallecano is first up today. We're playing matches. I'm so happy to be playing matches. Yeah, we set training, we did staff, we did transfers, we did such a massive, like, transfer overhaul. No, I'm not going to loan. He's playing second division Spanish ball right now with my coaching staff in my state-of-the-art training facilities. Why am I going to loan him out all the way to South Africa again? It doesn't make any sense to me. How do you make a B team? You can't have a B team in England, so you're not going to be able to have one. It has to already exist. In Spain, fortunately, everybody has a B team. So eventually I'm able to put real players on there, get the reputation up, get the team promoted. We got our B team all the way up to the second division, and it is now something that we can use to really develop players. And over a couple of years, I've really learned how to work it. And I feel very, very good. Like, we basically create a depth chart now every year. And we sit there on that depth chart and go, yes, these guys are going to play on the B team this year. These are the guys I think would benefit from those minutes. What about Marco Carnesecchi, the 33-year-old goalkeeper? What about him? What about him? Popping up on my report. This guy has no potential. Why am I getting a report on Jonas? Stop giving me reports on these guys. These guys. Sign Valverde so he can disrupt the locker room? Yeah, what is going on with that, by the way? Here's the table from last season. The teams promoted were Malaga and Alaves through the playoffs. So Malaga and Alaves coming up. And then the winning team was Celta Vigo, who pipped us for the title of the second division. Barcelona's B team finished 11th. Losers! Oh yeah, we were in for a good run for the league title. We just couldn't quite catch Celta Vigo. 85 points is pretty freaking good though. It's pretty freaking good. Bilbao got relegated? No, they didn't. No, they did not. That's got to be their B team. Where are you guys even seeing that? Oh, it would have been last year. Oh yeah, it's Bilbao's B team got relegated from the second division. Bilbao is still in the first division. They have not lost their status as the team that has never been relegated from La Liga. The point of pride. Yeah, their B team went down. All right, guys, Villalba's back. Awesome. He missed 4 weeks with a sprained ankle in the opening game of the season. We are going to baby him back. We are absolutely going to baby him back. I'm going to check his training real quick. Just make sure that he's still on half training. Is he already back? Half. You got to be on mandated half intensity training. He's the one guy that we really take care of because he has serious injury issues. He has serious issues with getting hurt. We're going to go ahead and rest him just for this match as well. We'll have him make the bench in the Champions League, but he's not 100%, fit to be able to play here. All right, we got a Champions League match coming up midweek next week. It's at Olympiacos, which should be a match that we can handle. But I'm still scared, Mama. I'm still scared, Cucurella. And where is Aguirre? There he is. Aguirre, I'm putting you in for Ivande. I'm going to put Aguirre in the middle and Otero out wide, and Aguirre in the middle and Cucurella on the left. Cañete on the right, Sam Bassar on the left. Basically the only wingback combination that we can play at all. But we can rotate a little bit more in the midfield. We can go with a Paul Duran. We can go with a, nobody, because we just don't have any options. Subiaga. Let's bring Subiaga up. Let's play Subiaga. Subi knows how to play there now. And then we have Havakote, and we have Kelvin Mbambo, and we have Yuri Urbanic. Give me Javier to start. Give me Javier as a start. I've liked the way Javier has played so far, so we're going to go ahead and give him the nod for this one. And Yuri Urbanic is going to play. Okay. Little energy now, boys. Little energy. Let's go, man. Let's go. Good morning, Henry. How's the first touch 20 striker doing? He doesn't have a goal yet. But he's 18. He's learning the language. Adaptability is an issue for him, so give him a little time. Give him a little time. Rubio's also hurt. So we have 4 guys hurt right now. Villalba failed his fitness test, even though he's returned to full training. Guy's literally made. How is he a professional athlete? I'm a little nervous for this game. The injuries that we have are in very key part, obviously we've stacked 3 injuries at right back, but, missing Ruben Gerardo, we just don't have that firepower. This team feels weird. This team feels different when I'm selecting them. I would love to start with a win. I would love to start with a win and a show of confidence. Havakote's been great. He's scored a couple of goals. He's been fantastic. Yeah, sure. I saw the stories, but, are they true? Tchouaméni and Valverde have fought on 2 consecutive days, and Valverde went to the hospital. I saw those stories. Just something in me doesn't believe that. Something in me just doesn't believe that at all. Why'd you come in here? And wasting all my time. Mark is doing the reporting. Mark is kind of trustworthy, based off what I've been told by other people. They're kind of tabloidish, but definitely the type of news organization that would get the scoops. Alrighty. All right, Javier. Javier's actually a pretty good passer, so I would hope that he'd be better than that. There you go, Javier. Subiaga, Javier, Sar, Duran, Sar. That's a penalty. Come on. You played advantage, but you can also give the pen. Just stick her right there. All right, Cañete. Back towards Duran. Duran! It's a good start. We got these guys absolutely on their heels right now. I'm going to shout a little encourage. See if we can snow them under. Oh, nice tackle by Kuka. This, you know, I don't want to ruin the fact that this was a great play by Sergio Otero on the back end. Great tackle by Cucurella. Duran, Mr. 20 concentration, apparently wasn't paying enough attention to see that coming. And then Otero sweeps it away. After Aguirre gets absolutely massacred off the dribble. Well, we've had a couple of highlights, but we just gave up the best chance of the game by a mile. Big time tackle by Otero to make sure that was buried. Come on, guys. Don't let all that momentum of the first 10 minutes disappear. Is Paul Duran washed? People have been trying to say he's washed for years. That was a very bad mistake, and if he keeps doing that, then he is washed, but I still have faith in him for now, and he still has a 7.0 because Otero saved his butt. Ramon, come in. We're switching to the other formation. We need somebody to screen in front of Cañete so that he has more room to work. With that change, we're actually going to go with Jose Aguilar as the striker for this second half. And we're not going to go double wide forward. We're going to go with playmaking winger on Javier. We're going to see if we can do that for 15 minutes. He has the skill set where he should be able to do that for 15 minutes. Subiaga getting dropped for Sessa. No talk. Let's go. Good. Instant. Instant. Absolutely instant. Roman. Salvatore Roman. Aguiar. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Sar. Samba Sar. Oh, Roman's there! Oh, that was wide. That was wide, bro. That was wide open. Get there. Nice, Sessa. Oh, Duran. Sessa there again, just devouring this midfield. Aguiar, Duran, Roman. That's got to be off. Yeah, and he bricked it anyways. We've gotten the energy back, though. Start of this second half, the change in formation to get Salvatore Roman out there. Havakote wasn't having a good game. Sessa, the introduction of Sessa has been massive. Dang. Ay, 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 ay. Right when we're just getting control over the game again. Right when we're getting control over the game again. Strikes like lightning. Oh, man. It's not a great sub to have to move Cucurella to that spot, but we have two exhausted wingbacks, and we don't have a lot of options at wingback for this run because of the injury epidemic we have at the right back position right now. We don't have a lot of options. Get one goal here. Good ball. Thank you, Kelvin. We need you on the ball here. Oh, that's a good ball. Just throw yourself at the ball, man. Just throw yourself at the ball. Nice, Gutierrez. That's a very good play by Gutierrez. Cucurella and Bombo. Yep, okay. We get all the highlights, though, so that's really cool. I like how we get every highlight in this game that's not a goal for them. That's my favorite part. Oh, that's a good ball. Rahman squares it. Oh, my. Salvatore Rahman is becoming a problem. His mentality isn't great. And he's also not produced any good matches this year. He hasn't played a good match yet. I mean, a guy came off the bench at halftime and he has a 5.9. And he hasn't missed a penalty. That's really bad. He was offside and his pass was just terrible. Where is he? Panagiotidis could never. Or Pargogius could never. Yeah, I might need to start using Alejandro Pargueñas on the wings, dude. We might need to start using Pargueñas on the wings. Yeah, that was a brutal loss there. Somehow we lost that game 2-0. We really only gave them 2 chances, and it was Aguirre getting toasted on an open flame by a guy whose movement and finishing was absolutely on in that game right there. It was absolutely on. Salvatore Rahman is only good at striker. It would seem. But he's had good matches. He's been like Ruben Gerardo light in matches before, playing in that right wing spot. He's just not now, He's just not now. Does Sessa doesn't already play for Uruguay? Absolutely, yeah. How Uruguay's got 6 better midfielders than Francesco Sessa? I would find that very surprising. He's a good glue guy, a good all-around glue guy. Who doesn't want a good all-around glue guy on their team, man? Good afternoon from Taunton. What's up, Greeny? We need Gerardo. Now, we got to be able to... Well, to be fair, we've been playing with only one of our 3 superstar wingers, with Villalba and Gerardo both hurt. But... All right. Malia CD, Atletico Baleares. Gymnastic Tarragona. That's it. We're going Gymnastic Tarragona for sure. Oh, okay. I was looking at the wrong thing. That's a 3rd division team right there. They have no obligation to play the players we send them on loan, but I would like to recommend Gymnastic Tarragona. A 3rd division club that we would be able to force players to go on loan. Yes! Let's go. That's a good affiliate get there. We can force them to go there. Players will, of course, turn down the opportunity to go to Gymnastic Tarragona. No offers for Yanez. Malia CD's close enough to Malia C team in the first place. Bit of a fallen giant gymnastic? What, do they used to play in the league or something? Spit of you. Little Chelsea Barcelona Champions League. All right, man. We lost our first Champions League match 2-1. It is very, very important that we get a little bounce back here. Very important we get a little pep in our step here. I'm not going to be messing with Roman today. I want to send a message that the way he's playing is wholly unacceptable. All right, Van Rooyen and Rubio are both into rehab. Gerardo's still 2 to 3 months, and Ortega is still 4 to 7 weeks with a moderate calf strain. Moderate. An exceptionally moderate calf strain. Sorry, move him to the U19 squad. I just don't want to deal with Zoutikas. I don't want to deal with seeing him on my team. He's not or never was a first-team player. All right, the midfield positions taken by Sarai and Sessa. Mbambo. Urbanic. Avande. Avande's going to be on the outside. Natero's got to be in the middle. But you get the idea. Avande, Atero, Mark Cucurella. I thought Gutierrez came in off the bench and played well again. So I'm going to give Jaime Gutierrez the opportunity to play this Champions League match at Olympiacos. All right, I need a midfielder. Ian Barca, you're a Champions League sub. Congratulations. In Majid, we trust. The Hashima Sounds. We are not throwing Majid Hashimi out there right now. We are going with Yuri Urbanic. The injuries we have really messed up what makes our team great. In my opinion. They've really messed up what makes our team great. I think we start the game in this formation with Zivairo Havakote, and then we transition it pretty quickly into giving Villalba the chance to come in and play in the second half. But if we can get control of the match with this tactic right here, then I'm happy. We don't need to use Villalba, but if we need to use Villalba, I don't want to have to use Villalba for the entire match, or I feel like I'm forced into having to use him for the entire match. We're on the road against Olympiacos. It's a Champions League night in Greece. Where's the $16 million man? We're just trying to find a striker that can score 1 goal. We got 3 strikers right now. Nobody's finding a goal. Do you have another right back in the B team? The starting right back for the B team is also hurt. There's only one right back on the B team, Saul Beltran, right now. Oh. Listen here, gentlemen. I know you and all of us were incredibly disappointed with the way things went in that match at Ajax, okay? I know all of us were incredibly disappointed in the way things went in that match at Ajax. So, hear me now. We can get that bad taste out of our mouth. We can replace it with the sweet, salty air of the Mediterranean, some wonderful hummus, some pita bread, and we can drive Olympiacos off of this field. Please rise and remove your caps for the performance of the Champions League anthem. It's the champions. The champions. The champions. You may be seated. Is that Danny Yanez? Did we sell somebody to Olympiacos? I feel like we did. I feel like it might be Danny Yanez. It is Danny Yanez. We are playing against former Malia legend, 3-year starter in La Liga for Malia, Danny Yanez. He's playing for Olympiacos today. And you know what? He's pretty good. He's actually pretty good. So we need to, this team is not a wash. All right. Gutierrez keeping the pace in it. Sessa. Sar. Good ball. Let's go! Sambasar to Angel Cañete and an early opening goal for UD Malia. Great reload by Sambasar there. Great cross. With the weak foot here for Sambasar. And Angel Cañete doing what he does best. Late arrival in the box. Driving the ball. Rachi, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome to an Elite Online Gaming. Come here. Good recovery by Gutierrez. Oh, boy. Good block by Otero. Gutierrez gets it clear. I'm liking the combo with the two academy kids, Otero and Gutierrez. They're playing at a pretty high level. Otero's been good the last couple of matches. Gutierrez is, getting in the right spots. It's the American Danny Avande that's the missing piece there. We had Aguirre out there for the last match, and he looked like a lost child. Mbambo. Sambasar of Senegal. Got it. Still ours. Good. Sessa. Mbambo. Surai. Zaviro Havakote, Yuri Urbanic, Zaviro Havakote. He's got it on to Cañete, who squares it. Urbanic! Oh my goodness, it was blocked. I thought he just missed it. I didn't see the block. I thought he just shanked it. That would have been troubling. And Sessa. Oh. It hit the post. Urbanic, he's got an hour. Gotta use that position. Gotta use that position better than he did. Come on. All right, look, we're in the lead. We're in the lead. That's good. And we are getting a lot of corners. Sessa. Yeah, apparently Federico Valverde was hospitalized today after fighting with Tchouaméni. Like, that's not a little yelling and a little pushing and shoving, unless, like, he pushed him and he just happened to fall down and, you know, break his finger or something. And, like, an awkward fall. I'm trying to imagine what in a fight would lead to him ending up in the hospital, and it's usually like it would be a shove and then he just kind of falls weird. Maybe somebody throws something and it, like, causes, you know, you need stitches. Could be a percussion. It was a cut on his head. Oh, okay. Broken nose. No way he just socked him in the face. There's no way Tchouaméni just punched him right in the nose. He got knocked out? No, he fell and hit his head. Okay, yeah, I think then he just got shoved and had an awkward fall, like tripped over a hose or something when he got shoved. Because that sort of thing happens. He fell on a table. Said he hit his head on a table and had to get stitches. Okay, so I'm assuming he got shoved and then fell and hit his head on the table and got knocked out. That must have been a pretty scary moment in the dressing room there for a second. I've been like, oh my, dude, did you just kill one of our key players? Is this man dead right now? All right, Villalba coming in. Gianmarco Villalba returns from his sprained ankle injury and gets Zivairo Havacote. Duran is getting Sarai, who has not played a particularly good match today. And yeah, you can't play there. I knew you couldn't play there. Cucurella. Apparently Gutierrez has not been, maybe he's just passing has been bad or something. I don't know. His rating is low. And at striker, we're going to bring in the human wrecking ball, Majid Hashemi. The Hashemissance is back on. He's on the field in the Champions League again. Nice, Mbambo. Majid Hashemi. Sessa, Villalba, Gianmarco Villalba back on the field. The Mexican. Not a great shot. It's not a great shot for Sambassar to be taking that. We do have one sub left. Uno mas. Oh, it's a flip! Let's go, dude! First flip of the day. We got 15 of these bad boys to count down today. A little trip to Flipistan. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. 41 hours of streaming so far this week. Absolutely ridiculous. Great opening flip. Got all the senses going. Villalba. Oh my goodness, thank you, Ruben Sosa. What an unbelievable adjustment by Sosa to dig that out of the net with his foot. This ball's coming in, takes a deflection. Sosa's going back to pick up the cross. He's leaning the wrong way, sticks his foot in the goal and just knifes it out, and it's cleared away by Otero. Thank you, Ruben Sosa. Any body part will do. He's able to keep the ball. I don't think that was where it was. Whatever. Any body part will do for Ruben Sosa. What a save by Ruben. The cross that he was coming out to collect gets deflected and he fishes it out of the net. That's just class goalkeeping and good work by Otero. Two guys that came up here at UD Malia. Yeah, Ruben Sosa was the goalkeeper for the B team for 2 years. Or more, a year and a half. All right. Defense, boys. Yes. Oh, we're on. That is a perfect counter-attacking header by Sessa. Kelvin and Bombo. Kelvin and Bombo. Who's the guy up? It's Villalba. Villalba's lethal. Kelvin and Bombo. Bring it back. Sambasar. Francesco Sessa. Down to Cagnette! And it's a brace for the German! Angel Cagnette! With a brace in the Champions League! And it will be 3 Champions League points for UD Malia in their second ever European campaign, their first in 2 years after they missed out on Europe last season. It was a very well-worked run by Kelvin Mbambo. He got it all the way to the end line. Sambasar to Sessa. And it just falls kindly for Cagnette, who finds himself in the right position again. Sub! Silva, go. I know I said if this guy ever played right back in the Champions League, I'd be losing my mind, but Cagnette's exhausted. We have a 2-goal lead. I think I can spend 10 minutes with Leonardo Silva on the field. A first-team debut for Leonardo Silva of UD Malia and of the B team. Get there. Nice. Starting center back for the B team, but he adds a little defensive energy for the last 10 minutes and gives Cagnette just the slight chance at a breather. Oh, what a ball by Villalba. Mbambo. Oh my... No, it's gotta be, no. Oh, he's such a fun player, dude. Oh, he's such a fun player. Kelvin Mbambo, the club captain, leaves the left back for dead. They can't find a way to score it. But a sensational little wiggle by Kelvin Mbambo. Otero, oh no. We're good. Dig in, boys. Dig in, dig in, dig in. Nice work. Yeah, I'm not going to go over the top with the praise for how we performed, but that was some good work right there. Majid's desperately trying not to score so that you can't sell him. I am impressed by all of my strikers' ability to not score a goal. Danny Yanez, good match, sir. Good match, sir. Good match, Danny. All right, we're on the road against Bilbao, the rumored relegation side, Athletic Bilbao. Not actually. They didn't actually get relegated. It was overblown. We have an injury epidemic at right back right now. It's a real problem. The top 3 right backs at our club are all injured for like 4 weeks combined, like together. Oh, wow. Robert scored. This dude sucks. Oh, that was U19s. Oh, it was UEFA Youth League. Oh, okay. Oh, Kamal Shawi. I never moved Kamal Shawi up to the B team, did I? How many center backs are on this B team right now? There's Marcos, who sucks. Opsalo, Peterson, Silva. There are 3. Kamal Shawi, the plan was to move him up to the B team so that he would be a part of the B team. He's from the academy, and he'll definitely be able to play right away. He just needs to be up there. We need another center back up in the B team. And he's the guy. Okay. Not to mention I'm stealing Leonardo Silva for the first team all over the place. Oh, nice. International break's coming up after this. Okay, we can get some of our guys back from injury. We can speed up that process. Havacote in the Dutch U21s, Aguiar in the Portuguese U21s, Otero, Javier, and Salvador. How's he doing? Already played 6 La Liga matches with Ibar. What an absolute stud. Keep playing La Liga ball, Salvador. We want to see that improvement. And then Kamal Chowis in Morocco's U20s, Nathan Owens in the Aussie U20s, Marcos Perez, Enrique Subiaga, and Fernando in the U19s. I'm so proud of our boy, man. I'm so proud of our boy. Silvio Mustapic of our youth academy, who was so good on the B team last year, has now been called up to the Croatian national team at 19 years of age. We loaned him to Racing de Santander this year so that he would be able to continue his development in La Liga, even though we felt like we were a little crowded at winger. We wanted him to keep getting minutes because next year our plan is to have Silvio Mustapic be a part of our first team. What's this song? I have my like songs on a smart shuffle on Spotify. It's Stick Season by Noah Khan. Was played absolutely everywhere for like 6 months, if you're wondering if you've heard it before. Did you stay developing? Yes. We saw some solid development from him. He is playing in the B team. Did not lose, now you're. And one pair of shoes. Yeah, Noah Khan, very good at making you nostalgic for living in New England, even if you've never lived in New England. Avande, Yanez, Farfan, Samba. Dude! He already has 2 caps for Senegal. What am I doing? What on earth am I doing? Let me check my mentoring. Hold on. My fault. Just like to play the victim in our dreams. Alcohol. Home for Christmas and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I attract some one pair of shoes and I'm split in half, but that'll have to do. Okay. I'm going to take Otero out of this group. Cucurella, Samba Sarr, and Jaime Gutierrez. That's the group. I'm going to take Otero out of the group. How is Cucurella only lightly influencing Samba Sarr? I want Cucurella's influence to be a big positive one for... whatever. Samba Sarr has consistently been appraised as having this amazing potential, but yet we have never really... Oh my goodness, Malaga beat Barcelona 3-0. Did you see that? Malaga beat Barcelona 3-0. Nice. All right, we got to dig in and fight. Because this season we've got a lot more matches. We've been hit with some real injury issues. Our Golden Boot winner from last year, Ruben Gerardo, is out until January with a hip injury. We have got to fight. We've got to fight our way through this season, man. We really are going to have to fight our way through this season. Wahid Adamu on my end of contract list. Allison Lopez Teixeira. Ooh, I like this dude, man. I like this dude. He's got some game. Jesus Rodriguez, Ivan Angione. He's already on my S list, right? He didn't even want to play for me, I don't think. Abdi Shaban on my S list. Santiago Quintana of Al Ahly, a 23-year-old Uruguayan defensive midfielder playing for Al Ahly. Everybody's favorite guess. David Galarza from Baskonia. Yeah, I don't think they're losing this guy now. We're just going to keep an eye on him. Thanks. Henrik Stave, 22-year-old Norwegian center back at NEC, the most impronounceable club name of all time. That's actually not Breda. Yeah, there's 3 years to go on Hashimi's contract. What's up, Z? Doing good? Yeah, man, I'm doing good. We're 1 hour down, 14 hours to go on the stream today. We're just puttering right along. I can hear the cheers from the NEC stadium when they score. That's pretty sick. Stave just... It's sad that I think he's decent. It is, isn't it? It's sad that I think he's a decent player. That I'm looking at that and I'm like, you know, that guy can really do something. We are just thin at center back. We have been. There just aren't great center backs out there for us to sign. We just have been thin at center back for a long time. And in some ways, being thin at center back has created opportunities for us. It's created opportunities for guys, you know, Sergio Otero walked right into the team. Right? Danny Avande has gotten every minute he possibly could get. So... Iad Chebli. Nonce. 20 years old, defensive midfield, guy can't move. Nikolai Paulsen. Joe, thank you for the 21 months. Seen lots of new gen center back problems. Yeah, it's usually just people complaining about the height. The height doesn't overly bother me. I'm not going to lie. Because there are a lot of center backs where, like, the issue is that they're not too big, you know? No, our center backs don't suck. We're just thin. And we love this tactic. And having those look, the reason that they're like, if you watch on Yahel Cañete, right, and you watch Pangani Van Rooyen and you watch Miguel Rubio, the reason those guys are successful is because they don't really have to play defense. And the reason they don't really have to play defense is there's 3 guys on the field whose entire job is to play defense. You know what I mean? And so when you talk about moving to a back 2, you're talking about limiting some of the players that really make a massive difference for us. So even if Jaime Gutierrez might not be the best player, he frees up other guys to be great players. You know what I mean? And those are the considerations that you have to make. That's why I'm not over eager to be like, let's draw the curtains back on this. United City, though, thanks for raiding in, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We're doing a 100-hour stream week. We've already streamed 41 hours this week. We're streaming 15 hours today. We're 1 hour and 16 minutes down of me being on screen, at least. Pleasure Z, hope you're happy and healthy. I am. I'm happy, mostly healthy. I've done a good job of remembering to stand up and stretch. Done a good job of making sure I'm eating good foods and such. Actually, BS was the perfect short list for him. Hassan Shafei would be a superb signing. I know. I'm just a little sick of Iranian guys in my team right now. He's healthy. His team is not. Very well said. His team is not healthy. David Sedlak. That guy can't move. Drop it low, John. Jan Kudo. Now that's a high-quality right wing back right there. If a center back isn't tall, he has to be strong. Yeah. Unless you're Jaime Gutierrez, then you can be a decent player without being tall, fast, or strong somehow. Wow. Regicide has redeemed a name a staff member for an attacking coach, and he wants to name the attacking coach Mateo Mas. Remy Nikolai. Pretty sure he just got loaned to Arsenal so that they could take a look at him or something. I don't know. If this guy could jump at all, he'd be great. But he can't, so he's not. He's a defensive fullback. Good mentality, though. I mean, keep an eye on it. Leandro Sepulveda. Perfect B-team yes list guy. Marvin Schlotterbeck. Yassine El Gamardi. That's the... Dude, the look of these guys changes so dramatically. Like, the look of these players changes so ridiculously. Like, El Gamardi has looked completely different in the past. I remember because we commented on his unbelievable jawline, and now that is just like, it's just completely gone. They just change, man. They just, their faces, they just change. They evolve into new human beings. Oh my goodness. 19-year-old center back Ivan Lopez. The size, decent speed and strength at 19. Positioning's outstanding. He's just not a very tough guy. He's not a very tough guy. And he's $33 million. Jens Kjær. He's not getting that much better. He's not getting that much better. Then there's Raul Briones, that we can't sign. But looks the part of a great a great center back. We want to sign Jamil Larbi, Algerian on Girona B. Evan Hirdo. Jimmy Blom. I mean, this dude didn't want to play for us the last time we went to try to sign him. We're keeping our scouting report updated, but he didn't want to play for us. Don't lie to me, man. Why is every winger in FM26 so tiny? I just had a guy win the Golden Boot who is a literal 19 jumping reach winger with 17 crossing. Sounds like a you problem, man. Ooh, he wants to move for a new challenge. I've been finding giant wingers. Ornstein, OMG. What did he... Well, I'm assuming this has to do with the Real Madrid stuff. I love The Athletic. They do such a good job. Madrid intend to take action over the situation, but at this stage it is unclear in what form any potential sanction will take. The initial altercation occurred in training on Wednesday, with the dispute continuing into the changing room after the session. Multiple sources confirmed Thursday's altercation was instigated by a strong tackle from Valverde on Tchouaméni in training. After the session, the squad returned to the dressing room and Tchouaméni confronted Valverde, and after a verbal dispute, this became physical. During the argument, Valverde fell and hit his head on a table in the changing room and was taken to the hospital to undergo tests. When contacted by The Athletic, Madrid confirmed a second confrontation took place on Thursday and Valverde was taken to the hospital. The situation and the behavior of the two players is believed to have angered the general manager, Jose Angel Sanchez, with the incident coming 3 days before the Clásico on Sunday. Barcelona can win the La Liga title if they avoid defeat against Real Madrid. The Athletic reported on Tuesday that tensions have been continuing to affect the camp's preparation for the weekend's game at Camp Nou. Kylian Mbappe was involved in an angry flare-up with a member of staff during training. Antonio Rudiger had a flare-up with a teammate he later apologized for. Wow. Good details there from Ornstein. Good details there from Ornstein. That is a crazy situation. It's believed to have angered the general manager, and it's like, well, yeah, one of your best players now has been, salad tossed into a table. Wilfred Singo. In a contract, right? He'll stay on the S list, but he will also be an into contract guy. Okay, 22-year-old Lucas Fernandez. How have we not found this guy before? Of course, he's a forward. Plenty of good forwards out there in the world. Plenty of good forwards out there in the world, it would seem. New scouting, scouting finished on Christos Mandas. Yeah, I don't see it. Ferran Torres. Fabrizio Biondi. We tried to sign Ferran Torres last year. He decided he didn't want to play for us. He can kick rocks, but I'll also add him to the list. And if he decides he wants to play for us after his contract runs out this time, because he's unloved at his previous club, then he absolutely has that right. Matteo Torrente. Teo Bilyeshko. They're going to ruin him. They're going to ruin him. I could have made Teo Bilyeshko this amazing, special player, and they're just going to ruin him. Erwin van der Zwan. Wilco Osting. Good passer, moves pretty well. His brain needs a little work, but they got surgeries for that. What we do need, I do want to do is set up some different recruitment focuses. I'm going to cancel our loan recruitment focus. I know that's sacrilegious here. We are going to continue an ongoing end-of-contract recruitment focus. But I want to create a few new ones, all right? I want to make sure that we're surveying the appropriate everything. We're starting our Wonder Kid scouting. We're doing Wonder Kids South America South ongoing. We're doing Wonder Kids South America North ongoing. And we're also obviously going to hit Europe. We're not wiring the entire world. You know how I used to talk about in the old scouting system, wiring the entire world. We're not doing that. But we are definitely setting up some scouting for Wonder Kids in South America and in, I think Africa would probably be wise as well. The leagues are a little worse, so we definitely want to have that there. Wonder Kids. What are our European regions in this game? South, Central, Western. Southeastern, Northeastern. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. All right, Wonder Kids, West Europe. Yeah, that's an ongoing scouting search. What about Asia? Not really a point to me scouting Asia right now. Because African players very typically count as EU for me. South Americans get nationality in 2 years, so they're totally worth it as well. But Middle East, East Asia, you know, whether it be Iran, South Korea, Japan, North America, like the United States and Canada, they don't get nationality in 2 years or have EU nationality. It takes them 10 years to become Spanish, and that's tough, obviously. All right. We know 20 people that instantly match. The cheapest being Eddie Salgado. They've given up on Eddie Salgado, dude. Look at the value that Porto has assigned this 22-year-old. I would love to sign this guy and have him play in our B team in January. So I think the potential is here. I think this is one of those guys that just he's played 1 season with Swansea and a half season with Cardiff. I can fix him, yeah? Dude, the first guy they found was Davy Lianoia. Friggin' of course it was. All right, I gotta edit it. Hold on. I set the current ability, I think, a little too high for the level that we're at. Oh, I found another one somehow. Oh, when I lowered the requirement, they found another one. Ciro Feliciano. Ciro Feliciano. All right, I changed the North one. We've got our Wonder Kids Western Europe, which has clearly given us Spain, France, Portugal. All right, create a new focus. Region, Europe, Central Europe. Wonder Kids, Central Europe. "23-year-old American Stuart Meyer is the first guy that pops up on the list. New Zealand's Joe Everett. Yeah, well, he doesn't have nationality, so that's a little difficult. Mariano Lafine. Sign him. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. We might be setting the bar like too low. We're not sure. So we're going to do Wonder Kid Europe South. Wonder Kid Europe South. Ongoing. Am I setting all these as ongoing? I feel like Central Europe I might have not. Yeah, I did. Okay. Southern Europe, that's where we're getting Italy. Matteo Torrente, Stefano Acanfora, Lavro Nenadic, Guillermo Arbon. We're finding and assigning, they're assigning the scouts that are going to help us find these guys. Frank Abubakar Diallo. Did I set the age? No. I did not set the age. Pablo Trasante. Brunetto, Lautaro, Rosa. He's all right. Got a lot of room to grow on that guy. Okay, create new recruitment focus. Region, Europe. We have Central, West, South. Obviously, next we're going to go North. We're going to go down. We're going to go up. We're going to go to 24. We're going to go ongoing. Include results from other outcomes. And Wonder Kid, North Europe. The Scandinavia. If memory serves from those previous map things. Yes, Denmark. Morten Skovby, Evan Hirto, and Henrik Muller. Okay. I'm looking at an article right now that says Jameis Winston is going to be a Fox World Cup correspondent. I think they're going for a little like a little Snoop Dogg vibe. And let's be honest, Snoop Dogg at the Olympics is fantastic. So I can't blame them for looking for that kind of vibe. Not a bad vibe to be looking for. Wonder Kid. All right. Wonder Kid, Eastern Europe. A little more precarious for us being able to get EU nationality over here. But it's Eastern Europe. There's always going to be some ballers over there. What about Northern Europe? Did I book that as an ongoing? I did. I love that. Love that for me. Okay. Eastern Europe. We have identified 0 Wonder Kids that we know off the top of our head in Eastern Europe that we're able to work with. Dirty Peeper, you're working in Eastern Europe right now. Such a goofy name, man. All right, region. Couple more regions in Europe. There's UK and Ireland, which I don't really want to scout. That's the non-EU part of the world for me. Southeastern Europe, and then there's Northeastern Europe, which I'm thinking is like the Baltic states and Poland, maybe. We'll do Southeast for sure. Wonder Kid, Southeast Europe. 24 ongoing. I wanna be forever young. Oh, Turkey, let's go. Utku Hasish. Perikles Kaznalkidis of Olympiakos. 3 jumping reach. Dude's a pure anchorman player. Nice. Love that for him. Okay. Ongoing. We're looking for 24. We're looking for Wonder Kid, Northeast Europe. Whatever the hell that is, I probably shouldn't leave it unscouted because if we're looking for Europe and we're looking for EU, I am not optimistic about Wonder Kids in Northeast Europe. But there's one in Ukraine, Ihor Olkovi. That we know. These are just the guys that we know about so far. They're going to continue to scout and look for these guys, but these are just the guys we know about so far. It's just like resorting my knowledge base, basically. All right, now we are going to move to Africa. We are going to do Western Africa first. We're going to lower the current ability 1 because we know this is a difficult place to get your current ability up. We want to find guys young like we found Samba Sar and then be able to sign them. Samba Sar is a guy that we got from this area. Nobody that we know about right now is in West Africa, but hey, keep looking. Keep looking. That's why we're going there, for the guys that we don't know about. That's why we're going there. North Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. I'm not going to scout east. Not right now. We don't have a 30-man scouting staff where I feel comfortable doing all of that. But North Africa, yes. And there might be a few people there. No. Okay, fair enough. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Northeast Europe, I just wanted to make sure it was ongoing. It's not. Beautiful. Good agility on my part there. I had a feeling it wasn't ongoing. I had a feeling I'd forgotten that part of it. Okay. So we got a couple more African spots we got to do. So the reason I'm doing this now is because I finally feel like we have a big enough scouting staff to wire, not the entire world like I said earlier, but we're wiring the areas of the world that we need to wire. There you go. They all look the same. Yeah, in the African areas, we gotta chill with what we're looking for. The current ability wise, anyways, it's gotta be low. Southern Africa. Now, this is one of our favorite regions. This is where we're gonna get South Africa, obviously. Where we've had so much success with South Africa. Okay. I don't want to do Eastern Africa. I don't. But we should do Central America. Because Mexico is crazy right now. Mexico is insane. Mexico's ridiculous. So we go region, North America, and then do Central America. Ongoing, 24. Mexico's crazy. We've had 2 Costa Ricans come through the team. Like, there's quality being produced there. And then maybe, really? No Wonder Kids, Central America? I feel like we have a lot of them that we know. Who got the great job? Joe Shields got the great job. He's partying in Central America. Tired love. Something around here. Okay. Last one. We've gotten a few players from here as well. '23. Region, North America, Caribbean. Look, we've gotten a few players from there. We're going to send somebody to the Caribbean. He's probably never going to find anybody, but we have gotten a few guys from the Caribbean that have come through our team and we've made money off of and have been decent. Literally multiple guys. Is it okay? Is it Central America? Wait. Do they? I mean, these are newish regions, so hold on. Is North America Central freaking Mexico, dude? No, I don't know. What is North America Central? You should check Richard Partita. He should have just turned 18. Super Tim, I love you. Thank you so much. You know what, boss? I'll go scout the Caribbean. Yeah, there's whatever this is, and I think this is Wonder Kids Mexico. If this is Central America, then we're going to want to do that. To find our Costa Ricans very young and be able to bring them through. All right. All of our scouting is set up. We've gone through our player recommendations. We've got ourselves a match today. We do have a staff redemption. We're going to want to get that. We're going to want to hit that right now. Joe does editing. Thank you for the 21 months of the Prime, brother. Hope you're doing well. You're a lot of work today. Where was the staff redemption? There it is. Name an offensive coach, Mateo Mass. Let's go to training, go to coach assignments, and look for the coaches that are making a big impact on the offensive side of the ball. That would be Frank Bohr and Yava. Okay. Regicide has redeemed that we rename an offensive coach, Mateo Mass, so that he can teach him the ways of the world. Mateo Mass is now a fantastic offensive coach that's part of this UD Malia team. Welcome to the squad, Mateo Mass. All right, now we've got a league match. And right after this, we have the international break. So we can actually go full first team here. We can go full-blown, full-bore first team, except for the fact that both of our wingbacks are exhausted. Where's Saul Beltran? Just want to see those arrows keep going up for Alejandro Yuste. I just want to see him keep going up. Where the hell is Beltran, man? Subiaga, you're up. You get Barca. There he is. Go get Leonardo Silva, please. I'm going to bring in another right back. It's going to be Saul Beltran. It's not going to be you. All right, got it. Everybody else is good? Partita. Oh my goodness, I was totally forgetting. And Tim had reminded me, Tim, the absolute legend, Richard Partita, is now 18, literally on his birthday. The talented young American, please have Mexican nationality. Bro! Embrace your heritage, brother. Wherever that happens to be. I'm sure it's somewhere that can help me get you EU faster. Oh. This guy's trying to get LeBron James money right now. Like, he's a very toolsy player, you know, who I think he has a very bright future playing on the outside for a team. But him being American, I mean, the fact that he's a free signing makes it still worth it, but because there's a lot of value in Richard Partita. And we have proven with Ty Noonan that you can sign Americans from these academies, and LA Galaxy, obviously one of the best academies. You can sign these Americans and make the dream work here. But yeah, I'm just going to remove the yearly salary raise, and we're going to try and reduce the amount that we're paying you up front pretty dramatically. And we're going to try and go up to $50 million on this clause. $45 million. All right. We're going to offer this to him because I do not want to go over $800,000 a year for Richard Partita. I think it's worth it because this kid literally just turned 18 and I think has a tremendously bright future with this team. He's going to be a great player. I mean, he's not in a position, like, he's got to learn his new position before he's ever able to play near the first team. Got him. I'd rather pay him 100. I don't think I want to give him another contract. We're probably going to want to sell him when he's like 20, 21 years old. Right, we're bringing this kid over to Europe, right? He's wasting away in the LA Galaxy Academy. They still haven't promoted him to the first team. Thank you so much for reminding me. I'm not going to want to negotiate another contract with him because we're going to want to sell him on later. Unless his development's explosive and then we're like, we need to stick this guy in the first team immediately. All right, we do have the guys to be able to play like a fairly normal looking UD Malia run out today. Villalba, Mbambo, or Bonic. We're going to go Aguiar. Then Gutierrez, Otero, Avande, Sosa. Not an easy game, but you know what? It's La Liga. There's never an easy game. When you're looking around, you're surveying your options. There's just, the game's always difficult. The game's always difficult. So, but that doesn't mean we can't win. That does not mean we can't win. Gianmarco Villalba in the starting lineup for just the second time this season. We'll work him back. Let's go, boys. Let's go. All right, boys, let's go. I'm making a change to the way Aguiar's playing. If the ball ever goes out of play again, there we go. I think Aguiar's propensity and his different attributes are going to contribute to him, leaning into his strengths if I just put him in a more generic position. His trait, dropping deeper to get on the ball, that's ours. Oh, my dude. What was this witchcraft and wizardry with that? Oh, my. Wow. How have they not scored here? What an unbelievable pass. And Cañete gets done pretty massively there. I just can't believe that hit the post so firmly and came and didn't go in. I mean, that's a matter of centimeters there. But we're very happy that it didn't. I thought Otero had that block. It looked like he got to that position in time. I mean, that was almost an optical illusion how hard it hit that post and came back. Tsurai, Sessa, tipped away. Ivande on a rampage now. Sambasar, Gutierrez, Sambasar, Sessa, Tsurai, Mbambo, Cañete, Aguiar! He was off. He was off. That's why he missed. He was off. His weak foot's not very good. Looked like Sosa had that covered. Not too worried. Ooh, okay. Highlight through the restart here. Gutierrez playing his short, simple passes. Go right, go right. Ooh, Gutierrez, good. I think mentally he's able to overcome the fact that his actual passing ability is not good at all. It's 3. Villalba. Well, can't overcome that. I don't know why Villalba's passing him the ball there. Or why he's even there. That's off. That's definitely off. That's off. Come on. The difference between the 2D and the 3D in the match engine. I mean, visually he's off, but he's just onside because he's just onside. All right, I'm tired of this, dude. I'm tired of not having my players. I'm tired of not having my players. I'm officially tired of it. That's not even on us, but like that wouldn't even be. We're just missing our difference makers. We're missing some of our best players, and it sucks. At least Villalba's just starting to get back, but what is Sarai doing back there? I mean, that's a hell of a shot, but what is Sarai doing back there? Yeah, that was bad, boys. That was bad. We just came unglued for a few minutes there, weren't locked in, and they just swaggered. They swaggered all over us. Finally get a chance to play Mbambo and Villalba, and they're playing just so horribly. So that time he's off. Okay. I'm just trying to learn the rule here. Alrighty. Make sure that was all set. We're getting everybody off because everybody's match rating is bad. Hope we're all cool with that. All right, those are my 5 subs. And we're going to adjust the team instructions a little bit to apply more pressure on the other team and definitely play more direct and crossing wise. We're going to float him. We got a couple of real tall guys with Havakote and Roman in all of a sudden. So we got Sosa, Vande, Otero, Gutierrez, Beltran, Sambassar is going to have to leg it out. Sarai, Duran, Havakote, Javier, Roman. Yeah. Come on, boys. A little heart, little gumption now. A little gumption. Oh, he's toast. Sambassar is too short to deal with that on his own. Otero is a little late coming over. Second ever first team appearance for Saul Beltran, the fourth best right back at UD Malia. All right, we're going up. I was hoping we'd create something organically right away, but we're going to jack up our mentality as well. I am not going down meekly here. I am going to create a highlight either for me or for them. Wrong one. Wide forward. There we go. Go get him, Tiger. Oh, good run. There you go. 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 Good run. Good run. Yeah, it's Rahman. Good run. Raul Sarai barging into the box. The adjustment we made to get our quality further up the field. Let Duran be the guy that drops deeper to pick the ball up and progress play. We want Sarai up there. He forces the penalty. And now Salvatore Rahman, the first Italian player in the history of UD Malia, struggling to find his form this season. Let's go, boys. Come on now. 2-goal comeback on the road. Believe, 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 believe. If he scores, we flip. Well, guess what? He freaking scored, baby. He scored. That's 2 hours down, 42 hours down in this 100-hour stream week that we are barging our way through. Yeah, Sessa has Italian second nationality, but he's not an Italian national. I guess distinctions. Saul Beltran. No, that's not it. Oh, Duran. Great play by Duran. Zivairo Havakote. Havakote. Beltran! It's the B-team backup! It's Saul Beltran! That's why the B-team's a thing, baby. Saul Beltran just catches Arteaga up high. What a finish from the 21-year-old B-team backup. Saul Beltran has a La Liga goal. Good foul. Good foul. I know you're not going to be able to stop him, so just foul him. He has the athleticism to compete at this level. It's mentally and technically where Saul lets it down. But he showed off some nice technique on that finish. But like athletically, he can run with these guys. He's not gonna, that's why It's the only reason I put him out there. He can run. And he can work with these guys. A guy that was getting outpaced and replaced by a 17-year-old as the B team starter. Oh. That was close. That's the same guy that scored before. He's got a great shot. I think Sosa had it covered. Come on, one more, dude. One more. Paul Duran. The Malia legend. Oh. That's miles off. Yeah, okay. Little more pace from Duran, and we would have had a really magic moment, but we've already had one in this game. Saul Beltran scores an unlikely, improbable equalizer for UD Malia to steal a point at Bilbao after a terrible first 70 minutes. That's why you bring the guys in. I mean, we literally subbed in Saul Beltran for Angel Cañete. And talent-wise, that never makes any sense, but Cañete was tired and he just didn't have it today, and we were hoping Beltran could give us a little boost. And super sub Saul Beltran. Brilliant. From super sub Saul Beltran. One finishing game winner. Hey, man, it's a pass. It's not a shot. It's a pass. It was also the game equalizer. We did not win that game. I'm acutely aware of the fact that we did not win that game. Okay, I'm going to start developing Aguiar's weaker foot. We're doing a lot of stuff with Aguiar, but he needs it. His weak foot is too bad. Avacote has shown minor developments. Why is the ask? I never set an asking price on these guys. Why is it there? Insane takes on the contract stuff that no, I can't take it. Okay, he should be back by the end of the international duty. He should be back. Yuri Urbanic is up with Czechia. Kelvin Mbambo up with Finland. Jovic Illich. He's already played 6 Premier League matches. He is 4 matches away from cinching what will be a $40 million transfer and an absolute coup for this team. An absolute coup. At least this game's working, unlike Hell Let Loose. Wait, Hell Let Loose doesn't work anymore? I love that game. I'm not like up with the community, obviously, but... You, there's a long, long road Will I do a GTA 6 stream? Hell yeah, it's in my home state, dude. They got to put Ybor City in the game. Gang. Gabe Johnson facing uncertain future at Roma. Trying to bully his way out. Oh, he's not playing. Yeah, well, there never really was a direction for the development of Gabriel Johnson. I had him on loan with us for a year. Didn't feel like there was. Hey, we didn't have anybody train poorly. Jaime Gutierrez taking top of the pops. Before another delay, hey, it'll still be fun. Bongani Van Rooyen is back. Bongani Van Rooyen is back from his injury. Let's go. We're going to be able to hit the ground running after this international break. We fought our way to this international break through those right back injuries. We're going to get Cañete back on the left, which is going to feel amazing. Rubio is back. Let's go, dude. Miguel Rubio, the Red Rocket, and BVR are both back at the right back position with 2 weeks to get through, their paces and training and get ready to go. David Corral's a weird guy. He actually has some decent potential. All right, Richard Partida. Richard Partida from the LA Galaxy Academy. This guy projects to be an outstanding playmaking winger in our system. He's a hell of an athlete. He's a realist, which is nice. He keeps it real. He's a dog. Oh, Richie Rich Partida from LA. Coming to you, D. Malia. Put him on triple intensity? Would if I could, man. Would if I could. We were on double intensity all last year, and you know what nobody said? Wow, that's causing a lot of injuries. We got young players. We're not an old team. These guys can work in training, and we want them to work in training so they can maximize who they can be. We got half training on Villalba because the dude's made of glass, but everybody else is on that double intensity. Last season, we were a pretty darn healthy team. And we were sitting there like, damn, look at that. This has long been a debate amongst fans of the team. All right? It's long been a debate amongst fans of the team. Yeah, 65K was deducted for a, Moquete makes one more international appearance. We get $1.5 million from Sochal. How's he doing? Okay, we sold him for $6.25 million, and yeah, he's a regular player in a team that got promoted. Played 32 matches. They got promoted. Now he has 8 matches, 3 goals, 1 assist. Do I have a sell on him? I hope I do. Because he's definitely going to be. What's his value? I didn't look. It's actually not that high. I have a lot of clauses. Shayley Shing, what's his value? 40% sell on is diabolical. Oh, it's profit. It's profit. It's profit. All right. Peter Angelis has never taken the field for Panathinaikos. Well, How's Atumi doing, dude? Oh, he's completely flamed out. He made 18 Serie A appearances last year. He's made 2 Serie A appearances this year. His value is tanked. We sold him at the right time. We sold him at the right time. He has not taken steps forward. We were right in our assessment that there wasn't a lot left on that tree there. So we have appearance money. We have installments that we're still getting paid for Moquete. 20% of profit. Yeah, we do have a clause. I mean, it's okay. 375K is the buyout for the clause on Madu Mercius percent profit sale from Al Wasl. Nah. I don't need to do that right now. How's Middlesbrough doing? They're in 15th. Very early doors. Very early doors. But if they don't get relegated, I get $1.2 million. If they don't get relegated, I get $1.2 million. Jakob Malik's actually playing? Oh, yeah, he is. No way. He's played 5 matches this year in the Swiss Super League. I just assumed that he wouldn't, but he's definitely like a solid enough player to play in Switzerland. That guy might backdoor the Canadian national team at some point. Christian Para, he has 18 more league appearances to go. We gave him a 50 league appearance bonus at Legia Warsaw. Okay. He's going to hit it. I don't know who Ivan Amar is. I have no idea who that is. But Tobogo and Como has made 5 Bundesliga appearances this season. If he makes 20 appearances, we get $4.4 million from Stuttgart over the course of his entire career. So he just needs 15 more. We're right there, dude. Already has 5. It's September. Like, we get that this season. We get that money this season. Silvio made his debut. Silvio made his debut. Yeah, he's a fine player. It's exactly why we sent him out on loan, so he could get those minutes and get that experience, that seasoning he needs at the top level to be able to step into our team. Yeah. That's what he needs, that seasoning. I'm incredibly proud of him. Rodolfo Mazzoni, one of the higher potential guys in our academy. 16-year-old Argentine midfielder. Keep working, man. Keep working. Resilient mentality is great. He handles pressure super well. Congrats on making your Croatian debut, Silvio. You're going right to the very top, and you're going to be going right to the very top here. I want you to know that. You're going along exact. You've been a very pleasant surprise the way you've managed to develop. And trust me, we see what we see what you can do. We see what you could do for us. We see. We can give Jose Maria Lopez a professional contract. Don't think I'm going to do that. Thank you. Does anyone know where I can stream F1? I'm in the US if it matters. You heard of Apple TV, man? The exclusive home of F1 in the US? I feel like you haven't, so I'm just letting you know. My team, Middlesbrough. All right, James, could you put in a call for me and make sure they don't get relegated this year? It'll make me $1 million. Also, make sure that they continue to play our guy. Now, Van Rooyen was unsettled by Al Ittihad. He wanted the money. And so we have a promise going that if an offer comes in at 28.5, we'll sell him. The good news is, hey, we got $1.5 million from the Moquete deal. He made his appearances with Social. Yeah, that's because I don't sell defective products. I sell quality players. I saw really quality players. Rodrigo Lira has improved to a La Liga quality goalkeeper. Good. You just need to stop kicking up all this dust. That guy literally just told me with a straight face that Jovic Illich could become better than Angel Cañete. All right, buddy. Josh, thank you for the prime, my man. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the lack of ads. Cañete on the left. Saul Beltran on the right, and we are so back. So you're right. I've not done enough. I'm like, no, you have not. Speaking of not doing enough, we need, like, Gutierrez is getting regular first team playing time. We need a boom. Guy was 38th best wonder kid in the world 2 years ago. We need a, a little explosion. One of those Silvio Mustapic years like he had last year where it clicks. If he doesn't show that to us soon, who he is right now is not a guy that we see wanting to keep around our team long term. So we would definitely be open to a potential sale. Why is Lira's value tanked? Dude, value fluctuates really wildly in this game. Something in his, the perception of what he can do publicly. Enrique Subiaga. Oh, my life. Yeah, the value fluctuates pretty crazily. Rodrigo Lira, even though he was valued 40 to 50 million, we very safely assumed that we were never going to get that. All right, we started our scouting thing, and now that we've started our scouting thing, we have a lot of guys that have come into our scouting report. So let's put on a good scouting song, shall we? Let's put on some JJ Bull. Let's put on some 5-star potential, huh? Listen to 5-star potential by JJ Bull. The guy that works at The Athletic, yes. With impressive attributes and high determination, you want a 5-star man. Well, what you gonna do now you found him? You're not 5 stars, Lucas. He is very good, though. My potential ability. Oh, yeah, I dropped it in off the top shelf. Yes, I do. All right, stop. Focus. Okay. I'm thinking about maybe signing this guy. Great dribbling, great first touch, explosive athlete, available for just $16 million, playing at River Plate right now, loves big matches. He's a big match, big game player, very direct winger. I think if Salvatore Roman wants to leave, actually, final decision. Salvatore Roman's talking about maybe wanting to leave. We might make the move for him after that. Getting you there. Oh, yes, I do. God, this song is horrendous. How dare you? This song is amazing.
I was out looking for firewood the other day. I started to cut down a tree. The tree yelled out, "You can't cut me down, I am a magical talking tree." I said, "You may be a magical talking tree, but you will dialogue."
A minus. A minus. It's good. And the MLS switching calendars? Yes, the MLS is switching calendars. So MLS is doing an abbreviated season next year. They're going to do an abbreviated season like March to June. They're basically just going to play all year. Like March to June or something, and then figure it out from there. Not actually. They have it all mapped out. It's already been announced. Per Erik Friedholm. Friedheim. Ah, yes, Per Erik Friedheim, my man. Calvin Bassey. We finally finished scouting Calvin Bassey. And you know what? I see the vision. Doesn't enjoy big matches. You know what? I don't see the vision. Hashan Shafei. I don't know how Iran keeps doing it. I don't know how Iran keeps finding players that I like have to buy. Kid just turned 18 2 weeks ago. He's got serious game. We've been waiting for him to turn 18. We've known. It is known. We've known about him. We've known about him. We've been keeping our eyes peeled. We knew it was coming. How has this dude got 5 caps for Sweden? Like, do they just have a need in attacking midfield for guys that have no ability on the ball? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Yannis Papadopoulos. Real Betis charging 50 plus million in this economy. I mean, they're already going to get so much money from their Antony sale. I don't think they're going to need any more of that. How you doing, Ty? Well, he's averaging a 7 in the league and a 7.18 in the Champions League through 4 matches. So I think they're happy with their $30 million investment. Ty never play Noonan. My guy. Mohamed Kaidi. He doesn't like big matches. Get him away from my team. He doesn't like big matches. That scares me. Ibrahim Al-Obud. Alexander Davydenko. The Ukrainian left back that we have been high on for a while, but he has been valued at $12 million on a release clause for a while. Richard Partita. Well, don't go telling me that his potential has gone down since I signed him. That's no fun. Oh, no way. Probably going to need more than that. Probably going to need more than that. Throw it. Throw the stacks. Throw the stacks. Marco Antonio Palafox. A 5'10 model citizen striker from Mexico with 4.5-star gold potential. It is time to go. It is time to go now for this man that will likely be the striker for this team. Marco Antonio Palafox. Why is every Mexican injury prone? What are they doing beating them up with baseball bats in the womb? What is happening? It's the food, bro. Oh, Marco Antonio Palafox. He can play right wing too. With no extra training required, he can already play right wing. I'm making an offer. Oh, easy. I plan on him playing 50 games, actually. It's nothing. It's nothing. Oh my goodness. It's absolutely nothing. We're paying him nothing. Or we're paying them nothing. Watch him not be interested. I can't wait to find out. We'll go back to our scouting update in a second. I have to find out. That's Shafay. That's Hassan Shafay. He just signed a new contract. We'll go after him in January. That's Shafay. He's very interested. Of course he's very interested. This kid's perfect. He literally can't do anything wrong. He can literally do no wrong. He can do no wrong. I'm not going to hard remove. Look, model citizen plus perfect potential ability is... I don't even know. I don't even know what to do with my hands. This kid's going to be... Like, we also have another Mexican forward on our team, so he's going to come in and be able to, like... This guy's going to replace Hashimi in January in terms of our registration. So Hashimi's got until January to prove to me that I should loan this kid out. I mean, I'm robbing them blind. I'm robbing them blind. I'm signing who I believe will be a generational talent on $5.5 million in a payment deferred over the next 3 years.
I go on social media and the only thing I see is people talking about wanting Mbappe out of Real, Chimini punching Valverde and Arbeloa being cussed. What happened?
Well, Valverde ended up in the hospital, and that's just the beginning of all the nonsense that's been unfolding there, it would seem. Madi, I need you to learn how to play center back just a little bit more. All right, we're missing... Ortega's on his way back. After the international break, Ortega is on his way back. That's good. I miss Ortega. He's a good player. Okay, Saul Beltran. The hero Saul Beltran. Van Rooyen, Cañete. God, it feels so good to have right backs on my team. It feels so unbelievably good to have right backs on my team. No offense to Saul Beltran. I hope he has a good season with the B team this year. But it feels so good to have right backs on my team. All right, Sosa, Ivande, Otero, Gutierrez. We're playing Sociedad today? Oh, the scouting. The scouting. What am I doing? I have 59 scouting left. What am I doing? Why am I going into this match? Literally 59 guys left to scout. Left to pay attention to here. Luca Erline. Dang it, he's good. I'm not in the business of spending $29 million on a guy that's already fully developed, but he's that rare center back that's going to be able to play the game well, play it the way we want it to be played. Yeah, Palifax literally just robbed all my attention from the rest of the scouting here, but there is some important scouting going on. Keys Smith at Al Hilal. Andres Guerrero. We've been trying to narrow down Andres. His potential seems a little fluctuating for my taste. Marco Carnesecchi. Yeah, we finally narrowed that down, and he is a very good goalkeeper. So, you know, if I need a very good goalkeeper, if it's make or break for me on a very good goalkeeper, then sure. You have my full attention. This guy's good. He ain't great. He's good. Matias Jaramillo. Keen Gald, the massive Burnley goalkeeper. I like him as a player, but alas. Alvaro Martinez. I don't remember you. That's not good for somebody that's on my short list. I don't remember you. Daiki Honda. Yeah, what happened to the other Japanese guy that I was thinking about signing and growing in my loan army? Marco's, yeah, dude, I loved the size of that keeper, but he's not EU. He's Scottish through and through. We just can't allow that. Do 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 do. Yeah, I got 118. I don't think he was the other Japanese guy, but Jonathan Rowe. We actually finished the scouting report on him. He would be EU eligible for us. Contract comes up at the end of next year. Wouldn't be a bad pickup. Ihor Olkovi. The Dynamo Kiev winger, who is actually coming up on into contract right now. Periklis Kosnakidis. Well, that's the anchorman. Didn't we see him last time? The crazy thing is, I would try to sign this guy if his personality was better. But it's all down to mentality for Utku. I want to guarantee that that guy is going to continue to improve as long as he stays fit. He looks like he's going to be a world beater, but I don't have that guarantee. Dude, what is in the water in Turkey right now? That is back-to-back 5-star potential guys. It is very, very difficult to have 5-star potential guys at the level our team is at. What is happening? Inrik Moller. Morten Skovby. Now we're into our recommendations through our ongoing focuses. František Batka at Juventus. Nikolai Paulson. He's really good. He would play really well in our system. Mateo Macheka. I don't know why his star rating is so low. Dude's got the sauce, has 10 caps for Colombia, and is generally regarded as a terrible player. Dude, what is Inter just collecting all of these guys? All of them play for Inter. I feel like I missed a nice hoarding session that these guys had. Lavro Nenadic. Matteo Torrente. Fiore Masiello. Well, we're not getting any more slam dunk wonder kids flying in. Ander Ramos. Sick unibrow here. He's a perfectionist. He loves big matches. I'm not going to drop him from it yet. Stefano Akinfora. California. All right. Gianluca Capozzi. These guys literally fit like the exact scouting mold that I have. Jordan Iglesias. There's all the guys that have been scouted up from the Italian area. He relishes big matches. And he does have EU nationality, which is what I was checking before I put him on any short list. Patrick Brunetto. Interesting. 21 years old, ton of ability, ambitious nature. I think his potential's a lie. I think his potential is a lie. I think he's one of those guys. Pablo Trisante. Very explosive. Guillermo Arbon. Oh, this is the guy from the Costa Rican League that I really, 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 really wish I'd found before. He's professional as well. It's just so crowded. To be dropping $20 million to the guy that plays that left wing position. It's so crowded there. Ah, yes. Stuart Meyer. Stop recommending me Stuart Meyer. I know he's American. I cannot let that cloud my judgment here. Please stop recommending Stuart Meyer. He's 23 years old. I know he's not going to reach that potential. I know he's not going to be able to give me what I need. Baikon Shabazz. Nice. Jesse Smink. On my loan list. Well, he's just way too expensive right now. But I'm going to put him on the Wonder Kid list as a guy that's like obviously incredibly talented, but way too expensive. Raymond Kortstam. Oh, he moves all right. A little expensive for me to shortlist him right now. Mariano Lafine. Yanis Ladas. Not surprised. This dude is like a very regular player for the Greek national team right now. I didn't butcher Ty Noonan's career. I brought him to Europe. I gave him lots of European... He got a lot better. Ty Noonan's one of those guys that thrives in a lone army environment. He thrived. He turned into the U.S. #1 here with me. He turned into the U.S. #1 with me. Yeah, we're watching Europa League later. Okay. Let's play this match. Ivande, Otero, Gutierrez, Van Rooyen, Cañete, Surai, Sessa, Mbambo, Villalba, Aguiar. I feel good about that. I was going back. I wanted to make sure that we had yes, we're at home against Monaco in the Champions League, and we got a tight turnaround Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday. That's a joke, dude. Into Barcelona, Real Madrid, back-to-back in the league. We have a Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday into Barcelona, Real Madrid, back-to-back. Welcome to Europe, brother. It's time to party. Cañete, we're going to keep you fit. Aguirre, Otero's looking a little tired. And yeah, Ivande, Aguirre, Gutierrez, Van Rooyen, Sar, Sudai, Sessa. Give me Duran. Give me a little possession value here. And then we are going to go with... Mbambo often struggles to play back-to-back, so we're going to go with Villalba and Roman and Aguiar. All right. Coming off 20 days of no matches. Team's going to be a little not fit. Need a little rotation with the matches we got coming up, but I want to see some good performances out there from the boys. I want to see some good performances out there from the boys today. Some steady, confident play. That's what we need. We owe them, apparently. I don't know. We're coming off a hard-fought, come-from-behind draw. I want us to come off of a great win before we play Monaco at home. All right, our goal is to get into the knockouts of the Champions League. It's the same goal that we had last time. Our team's getting used to the rigors of European competition. We have one win at Olympiacos and one loss at Ajax. It's our first home Champions League match. Coming up against Monaco after this. But first, we have Real Sociedad. Hannibal Barca Shaking hands, the legendary coach of the North African squad. Three passing, by the way. Very well done. Passing's overrated. Duran, Sambasar, oh, good ball. Aguiar, oh! That's how I envision him being able to play. Good kick to space. He's got such a great first touch and finishing instinct. So I think we got to get him more in front of the goal. Nice passive on day. I don't love it, Roman. I'm not going to lie, I don't love it. But Sarai coming to get the ball really helps. So that's a nice simple pass. Sambasar. Gianmarco Villalba. Gianmarco Villalba. Penalty. The tricky Mexican winger clearly wins the pen. Clearly. And you know who's the best penalty taker out there? Why does it always do that? Like, why would I want the second best penalty taker to whatever? That was a pen. He got that through his legs, and the guy just took him down. Oh, no, they're going to say no penalty. Oh, my goodness. Is that Trent Alexander-Arnold? Oh, good ball! Now he's 35, chat. He's 35 years old. He moved to, he moved to Tottenham for $100 million. He played 5 years at Real Madrid, moved to Tottenham for $100 million, played 3 years in the Prem, and then was bought by Sociedad to keep his career going. Iggy, thank you so much for the 3 months, dude. I appreciate the prime. Thank you for supporting the stream. Congrats on cooking your bacon. What's Tottenham doing? The great mystery of our time. Always. Van Ryan just picked up an injury. Dude, gonna make sure it doesn't get too bad. Right, we're just trying to get a right back that can play somewhere. Hopefully it's just like a bruise. Just hobbled by a bruise. Nice, Savande. Good, calm defense. Whoa! Nice touch by Sambasar. Bailing out. Not the... Oh, yes. Aguiar! Look at the movement! Come on, son. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Listen to me, Aguiar. I have the faith in you to make a difference today, okay? I have the faith in you to make a difference today. Dang it. Come on. Come on, Aguiar. You're finding your spaces. This is your time. Let's go. Let's go. Their press has actually been pretty well molded to us, but we've done a good job of breaking it anyways. That wasn't good, though. That was a bad pass by Aguirre. Got to keep it simple when we're passing it out. There is always somebody open, but the problem is they're making sure it's just one person. Good defense. Not good defense, but we're fine. Come here. Ramon, you're off. Urbanic, you're in. At right wing. Otero, go get Aguirre. He's losing his mind for some reason. He's completely out of it. Sessa, you're a game changer. I need you right now. Duran's going to take over the playmaker spot. I just need Sessa to be that physical presence he brings to the midfield that we aren't able to get out of anybody else. All right. Aguiar, I know you can do it. Come on. Mbambo, go get Urbanic. He just got hurt. Come on, Villalba. Be a star. Be a star.
Here for some bacon.
Oh my goodness, highlight. Win this. The boy Otero. Sessa. Boy, nice. Villalba. Be a star. Evande. Villalba. Sambassar's there. Sambassar's there. Kelvin Mbambo, when you gotta have it. When you absolutely have to have it, it's Kelvin Mbambo. He's there again. Mbambo. 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 We didn't play well, but I'm happy with the result. Way to go out there. Way to compete. Way to compete. Fought like dogs all the way to the end of that. Calvin Mbambo just throwing himself at a ball at the back post. A captain's play from Calvin Mbambo. Atletico is top of the league right now. It's a weird season in the league. But that win helps us keep pace while we're still kind of figuring out our identity this season. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Two injuries picked up during that match. A sprained foot for Van Rooyen. BVR is out for 2 to 3 more weeks in his return from injury. And Yuri Urbanek has picked up a groin strain that will have him out for 6 to 7 weeks. All on the field in one match. Great work. Nice job, man. Great job. It's exactly why we sent him on loan, to get worse. Just how we drew it up. Just how we drew it up. Oh, my God, Bangani. Oh, Bangani, what are we doing? Flip! That's what I'm talking about. Calvin Mbambo ringing in the next trip to Papua New Guinea. 43 hours streamed. 43 hours streamed, chat. A little Philippe V, a little Philippe Coutinho. That's 3 hours down today, 12 hours to go on the stream today. You know what that means? A little 3-hour break. Do a little stretch with me now. You've been watching all 3 hours, you should do a stretch too. First thing you're going to do is touch your toes. Nah, I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah. Look at that toe touching. Woo! All right. Next order of business, we're going to raise the desk. Well, touch grass. No, I haven't been outside in 4 days. All right. Yeah, no bending the knees either. Now do the old grab your foot behind your back operation. Stretch out the top of your leg. Ooh, that feels good. Oh. Oh, yeah. All right, and then as I say every time, my favorite stretch, you take the foot, put it up across the top of one knee, and then push down on your knee that's up in the air. Oh, yeah. That's fantastic. That is really fantastic. Now I can play right back? Exactly. Woo! All right, hit it one of these. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Little shoulder stretch. Oh, yeah. I'm getting ready to play right back for this team right now, I'm telling you. All right. Now I have to pee. I'll be right back. grabbed a little LaCroix. I grabbed a little LaCroix. I hope you can forgive me. LaCroix. Little depressing, this tune. Yeah, pretty sure every Julia Wolf song is like, that's where it lives. Julia Wolf's got some bangers, though. LaCroix? What's that? Oh, well, losers call it LaCroix. It's really cheap sparkling water that I drink just to spice up my drinking of regular water. Am I a coffee drinker? No. I am not. I don't drink coffee at all. I'm not anti-coffee. I'll have an espresso martini if the mood hits, but I don't really like the taste. I never got into it. Obviously, don't particularly need it, I guess, to get through my day. And as such, never ended up forming an addiction to the caffeine in it either. So I'm okay with that. Bongani Van Rooyen, Sia, Subiaga, Urbanic. Well, I was feeling a little left out. You know, we didn't have enough injured players. We just had 2 players get injured in one match. Ortega still has 6 days to 2 weeks until he's back. Now, of course, Alejandro Pargueñas returns to the fold after being a little out in the cold previously. Kelvin Mbambo is going to take over the Villalba spot with Roman and Aguiar. I think we're going to switch this over to this tactic. And we're going to have Zivairo Havacote pick up the start today with Miguel Rubio, who I think plays this role better than Bongani Van Rooyen when he's the fullback without a wing above him. And then we bring Cañete over to take over this left spot. That is a fresh Angel Cañete, by the way. Something we have not had all season. A well-rested Angel Cañete who's ready to just attack and conquer the world. Otero, Avande, and Jaime Gutierrez. All right, I got 2 spots open on the bench. We're missing a midfielder, and we're missing a right back or center back. Somebody, please. Nice. I don't lie about an alibi. All right, we can finally get Gallardo, who's the bright young right back that we've had. The 17-year-old's able to come up and join us. And looks like those other guys might have played in a match today. Marcos Perez is available? Oh, yeah. Bring me some Marcos Perez. I like him. I trust him. He's a regular in the B team at 17 years old. You know, if we got to use him at some point in this match, then we are going to use him. All right, team instructions. I want to make sure that our passing in the box is, our crosses are low. Should at the very least be balanced. Actually, no, we want the low crosses, because they'll still do some high crosses from time to time for Havacote, but it's great for somebody with the movement of Aguiar, his off-the-ball ability, to be able to knife into those positions. All right, Aguiar. Well, at least he's improving in something. Okay. Champions League at home against Monaco. This is one of those matches where, like, Olympiacos away, we're expecting to be able to get a win. This is one of those matches that could go either way. If we win it, it puts us in a great position to maybe even push for a top 8. If we lose it, then we might be scrambling for a playoff position. Well, that's the one I forgot. The neck. Oh, yeah. Okay. Almost passed out there. Go out there and enjoy yourselves tonight, lads. Please rise and remove your caps for the performance of the Champions League anthem. It's the champions, the champions, the champions. You may be seated. It's a Champions League night in North Africa. It's UD Malia, the club from the African continent that has the special right to participate in the European Champions League. And now at Tingis Pingus Park, the site of their first home Champions League match of the season, and just the 6th home Champions League match in club history. This club that has had such a meteoric rise up the Spanish game has developed such a contingent of skillful players. Multiple academy players and B-team players are on the field for them in this match today. It is a beautiful occasion of football. It's one of the finest teams in France and one of the finest teams in Spain, Monaco and UD Malia. Starting lineup for UD Malia today is featuring the 18-year-old Dutchman Seviro Havacote. Bit of a wonky player, but someone that is the second most expensive purchase in club history behind Angel Cañete, the German international. Certainly a more speculative purchase. All right, boys, it's all right. Let's go. Game starts now. Well, he's planned on scoring anyways. That was a really nice pass by Aklush. Watching Idaro is one of those wonder kid guys. We already have his position to be not, but I'm just going to double down on that here. Okay. Ooh, Kelvin Mbambo. A few days ago, scored a big winner. He's got another one. Kelvin Mbambo, the captain. And the burgeoning Malia legend has his first Champions League goal of the season. It is a stinging free kick. Mbambo. 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 Good defense by Cañete. Sessa back to Cañete. Finally able to play back in his normal position with Rubio back from injury. Sessa. Mbambo. Cañete. A bit adventurous there, Havakote. They're putting them under pressure. They're tilting the field towards that Monaco goal, but it was that back pass, that back header. Gregor Kobel with a little bit of sauce here. Ederson-esque from Gregor Kobel, taking that ball down. What a goal by Kelvin Mbambo. Yeah, just an aura farming touch by Gregor Kobel. Oh, look at Raul Sarai. We look so up for this game. Ivande. Otero. Gutierrez. Cañete able to wrangle it, chips it. Mbambo's there. Kelvin Mbambo. Aguiar! Oh my. Is Kelvin Mbambo mad or is he already celebrating? I want to rewatch Mbambo's reaction here because this is really well set up by Kelvin. Great touch, good pass. I mean, it's a good save by Kobel, but Aguiar's got 18 finishing, incredible first touch and composure to get in there and take that ball first time, and that just got to be in the back of the net, man. Keep it going. Keep it going. Aguiar, look at me. You have the ability to make differences in this game. You are a unique, brilliant player. I've seen it. I know it. I believe in you. Urbanic is out for 2 months. The keys to the kingdom are yours, Aguiar. You just have to take them. You have until January and this Mexican kid gets here to prove what you can do. And I will give you every opportunity because I believe in your ability. Sarai. That's not a penalty. We're going to waste 5 minutes looking at it. Orgueñas, go. Villalba, go. Gallardo, get Rubio. Give the 17-year-old a chance. Give the 17-year-old a chance. I think we're better than them. I think we can go win this game. I think we go put the pressure on them with the Star Boys out there now, with Gianmarco Villalba out there. I think we go try to squeeze this game for the time we got. All right, boys, let's go. We're going to take a risk. We're going to go for this. Villalba, Pargueñas, Gallardo, go. That's over. That's over. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm not changing the mentality. Not yet. I don't think I want to change the mentality. I just want to play the way we're playing. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to change it. I know I accidentally don't change it sometimes, but I didn't change it this time on purpose. We're going to be in a more aggressive stance, but we're not going to, like, be more aggressive with the chances we take out of this stance. If that makes sense. Oh, boy. Bring in Ramon for Gutierrez. Dang it. Now, I don't know what Gallardo is doing on this play. He's following that guy for some reason. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, Gallardo, being young, made a young mistake. Nice move, Pargueñas. Let's go. Alejandro, just bring this back, top of the box. Villalba. What is that pass? He's literally right-footed. Bring it to your right foot and shoot that. We got the numbers in the right places. We didn't do anything with them. Damn. That sucks. Yeah, we got one win in our 3 matches so far. That was a tough loss. That was a tough loss, but we got it going late in our Champions League run the first time and won our last 3 games, so we're going to need to do that. Something like that. Well, we have 5 matches left in the Champions League. I don't think we've played either of our Pot 1 games yet either. We have Man City away. You can pencil that one in. We're away against Sporting next. We have Leipzig at home, Chelsea at home, and then Anderlecht at home is our last match. I would hope we could pencil that in as a win. We'll be playing Ty Noonan. Alexander Vyganovsky. Got him under contract for a long time. They might try to just unload him as a player of quality. I love you, Miguel Rubio. What a player. Academy kid that's just always giving us what we need. All right, now we got our Saturday, our Wednesday, Saturday into Tuesday turnaround going. All right, Ivande, Otero, Gutierrez. We're going to go ahead and go with Aguirre. We're going to try him out on the right and keep Otero in the middle. All right, get rid of the B team. Cucurella's at least starting to work his way back, but there's no way he's back yet. Van Royen's been reduced to 3 to 11 days pretty quickly, so that's not bad. All right, Aguirre, Otero, Gutierrez. Cañete is tired. He at least won't be able to start this game. Sambasar has honestly been fine recently. Sarai, who's working through a little bit of a knock, apparently. We'll have Duran pick up the start in that spot next to Sessa. We are rocking the old Havacote move here. Really need this next Champions League match, so I'm going to go Havacote, Javier. Really need this next Champions League match. Okay. Captain's not been selected. Rubio will take the armband. Yes. Let's go, boys. At home, 6th in the Liga right now after that win. We've been able to keep a good pace going in the Liga despite the European challenges. And Espanyol in 14th coming to the coast in North Africa. We're pretty heavily rotated. We want to make sure we have a good fit team that's like ready to ball for the road trip to Sporting, because a win in that match would get us into the right side of the bubble for European competition. Because then we have, after that, Leipzig, City, Chelsea, and Anderlecht. And so, going to be tough for us to pick up wins in those matches. And we want to get that playoff position in the Champions League. We got to get that playoff position. Playing knockout football, an absolute must to continue to progress this club. There you go. Nice pass. Sambasar. Sessa. Javier. Sessa. Looking wide. Got Javier. Javier. Sauces it in. Havacote hit the post. Pinch in. Pinch in. We'll think about Javier differently. Wide forward. That was a good cross, though. That was something for Sivairo Havakote, the Flying Dutchman, to attack. Nice, good ball by Duran. Good pace into the attack. Sambasar is doing a good job. Give me the captain. Give me the captain who can go get it for us. Give me Sarai as well. Duran's apparently really shaky. Give me Gallardo with European play coming up. Why is Otero bad? And save it. I'm going to go Cañete at like 75 if we haven't done anything. Go. All right, time to bring in the world beater, Cañete. At home, I think we go after this. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Show me a little something. Show me a little something. Show me a little glimmer. Show me a moment. Make a play, make a difference. Make a play, make a difference. Gotta be Mbambo doing something. At least involved in the play. You have to think. Sessa, Gallardo, Sarai, Sessa, Sarai, Aguirre. This is not on my bingo card, but I'll take it. Aguirre dribbles a man. Aguirre! The wide center back on the right. Okay, well, that guy looked terrible on defense. Do it again. Get out of Sarai's way on that play. Just get into the box. I don't need you trying to pick the decisive final ball here. The best I've ever seen Aguirre look with the ball. Nothing like a 2-for-1 gold drought message for Aguiar and Pargueñas at the same time. We are barren in front of goal. Urbanic's hurt. Hashemi hates me, even though he's in the team. He's played a few times and looked terrible. Aguiar looks invisible most of the time. Pargueñas has not been able to find a way to influence the game. It is a barren time at four. Salvatore Roman is having a bad start to the year, like everybody we can stick up there. Completely barren. But Aguiar's the guy I know that has the highest ability. I know what he can do. I can now have more sports scientists with my youth team than with my first team. Hey, can we prove the training facilities now? Please. If I get on my knees and beg. Just a very tepid, flat draw from us in that game. We didn't give up a lot, but my goodness, we didn't create a lot either. Dang it, dude. They're not giving me that improvement to the youth facilities that we are able to fund with the money that we have right now. And we're about to get 40 million for Jovica Illich as well. We're about to get 40 million for Jovica Illich as well. He's got to be hurt. There's no way he's back, yeah. Champions League, Bengani Van Rooyen still out 6 days. Ortega out 4 days. Cucurella, at least the fitness test is not required. So if we need him, he's at least somebody that we trust to be able to go out there and do the job, which would be nice. All right, we're going with System Malia this time. We're going with System Malia. Who would you guys start at striker? Who would you guys start at striker? We really need this Champions League match, so we made sure to rest Cañete. Yuste, Hashemi, Yuste, Pargueñas, Yuste, Holland. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yuste used to be way slower, dude. Yuste used to be way slower. The real concern is that while he's developed a decent amount physically and mentally, his technicals have honestly gone down. He used to be all 15s with dribbling and finishing. Again, this kid is only 16 years old, so. Sosa, Ivande, Otero, Gutierrez, Rubio, Cañete, Surai, Sessa, Imbambo, Villalba, Aguiar. Come on now. Please rise and remove your caps for the performance of the Champions League anthem. It's the champions. The champions. The champions. You may be seated. It's a road trip to Portugal. The Iberian Peninsula normally hosts to the two teams from these two leagues, but not today. UD Malia coming up from North Africa to play Sporting, these two teams with 3 points from their first three Champions League matches. This is a massive, pivotal match in the Champions League. Only one of these teams might be leaving here happy. A draw would leave neither. Because they currently sit right on the edge of that conversation for a playoff position in the Champions League. UD Malia. Coming off a very late 2-1 defeat at home against Monaco. Yo, was Rubio actually flying on that play or what? They still have Ousmane Diomande. Wild. Good, we injured him. Literally hasn't updated yet, so I have no idea who's where, but they moved Carragher to the middle. go. Cañete. Good, and we go again. Sessa, Gutierrez, Vialva! I know these guys have the dog in them, so I'm going to yell at both our wingbacks. So while we're playing a traditional formation with two of our star wingers back on the field, you got to be able to give me something from the wingback positions because we've got screens in front of them now. They're able to get up the field more freely, and we're getting absolutely nothing from Cañete and Rubio. We rested Cañete for this match. He's coming into this match rested, and we're not creating enough. We need to try and go get in their kitchen now. We cannot wait and let the game come to us as much as we love to let the game come to us, and you don't want to, force it or anything, but I'm not going to change the mentality. But we are going to raise the line and increase the pressure we're going to put on them. I'm just amazed by how much is not happening. Mbambo's furious. I get it. Got a lot of fired up guys on the bench, which is what we like to see. Sar. Aguirre, go get Otero. He's really been struggling in this game for some reason. And Sarai, I want Duran. Okay. Let's go, boys. There you go. There's always an open guy in this system breaking this press. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Rubio. There you go. Great wingback to Cañete. We've left him in. We've trusted him. Finds him. Bombo! At least Cañete's awake. I was worried that he'd, accidentally taken the NyQuil instead of the DayQuil. We're bringing in somebody that's going to really help us be a little bit more direct here. We're bringing in Severo Havacote. We're going to be able to play a big man game now. We're going to get Mbambo. He's just not been good today. And You know, Rubio's riding the struggle bus, but we once again don't really have any substitution that makes sense at that spot. So we're gonna just let him ride that struggle bus. Bring in Cucurella for Gutierrez, just, you know, so that we make that last sub. Cucurella is obviously way better with the ball than Gutierrez is, so if anything, he'll be able to find a pass somewhere that's going to be helpful. All right, let's go. Come on now. Get on this ball. Get on this ball. It's not really a whole lot tactically going on with this. This feels like the old FMs where you get the throw-ins in the corridor of death. And you get that 1v1 at the back post every time. It's a really bad time for it to happen. Well, that sucked. Good thing we got an easy game next. All right. Barcelona away. Are we the bottlers? No, we're fine. We're 7th in the league with a match in hand. Unfortunately, a match in hand in this moment happens to be against Barcelona. 1 win and 3 losses in our first 4 Champions League matches is not great, considering I feel like we've been in these matches. They've been very tight XG-wise, and then we just lose, which is not a great precedent to set, not a good direction to be going. Well, at least my assistant manager's keeping things reasonable in the press conferences. We appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Glad he's keeping things reasonable. He's just not, he's making sure we don't get too big for our britches. He's making sure we don't get too big for our britches. That means a lot. That's good. We're on a tough little streak of a couple matches without a goal here. We got Ortega back. Nice. Ortega resumes full training and will be cleared to be able to play in this match. We've been missing him. At Barcelona, and then we have Real Madrid as our next match. It is a very fun month. All right. It is not a good time for us to be playing at Barcelona. And yet, we are playing at Barcelona. This is just the way the cookie crumbles, chat. This is just the way the cookie crumbles. We're on a shaky run of 3 without a win, including 2 losses in the Champions League and a league draw at home against Espanyol in the middle. The injuries have depleted our ability, and we have got to get a result that at least makes us believe here. Barcelona are off to an absolute rampage to start the season. We have historically played pretty well against Barcelona. It's Real Madrid that's put us to the sword on occasion. We're not afraid. We are not afraid of the Camp Nou. We are not afraid. Salvatore Roman gets the start up top. Cucurella returns to the starting 11 on the left side of the defense. Nice, Roman. Look at the overlap. Sessa, Cañete into space. Udi Malia, Villalba, Gianmarco. Roman passes it out. Oh, great hit. Great hit by Raul Sarai. Switch playmaker. Switch playmaker. Nice. Nice. Look at that from Kelvin and Bombo. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous that he kept that ball. Sarai. We see the pass. Oh, he finds Rubio! Oh. Hey, that's off, but okay. Villalba. Cañete. Gianmarco Villalba. Cucurella. Nice. Cucurella, Sessa, Rubio. Villalba! Gianmarco Villalba scores for you, Di Maria. And now we can take a little trip to Philadelphia. Now we can level our game up to 44. 44 hours of streaming this week. 44 big-time Philippe Coutinho. Oh, that's Cañete all day. Gianmarco Villalba dropping in. Little 1-2 with Cañete. Cañete cutting it back, looking towards Mbambo. Oh. Come on, keep playing. Keep playing. Against Barca, we can throw more counter punches. We don't have to be the dominant team, and I think that might help get us back on track. I mean, obviously, you'd rather play a bad team, but it's not all bad. Our tactic is defense first. And so we can catch and release. And traditionally, we've just played really well against Barcelona. I think they've only really blown us out once. The problem is that Soraya's all the way over here. That is the problem. I don't know why. Big Ruben. Ah. All right, boys, keep the energy up. Find that next opportunity. We've not given them a lot of shots. Oh, baby. Gianmarco Villalba. Villalba! Oh! In the Camp Nou! Under the brightest lights, he's painted his greatest masterpiece. Gianmarco Villalba. With his second goal of the game. That boy is a star. His first full season over from Mexico. He joined in January of this year. And this, the most memorable performance. But it's already becoming a bit of a long list. Cañete. Sessa keeps it for Mbambo and Rubio, and there should have been a penalty if he'd flopped there. Midfield is not in possession on this one. We're basically exactly where we need to be. And they just beat us anyways. There's Sarai and there's Sessa. And I mean, Sarai is checking Nico Paz exactly where he should be and lets him make that pass. And then Otero is there and he gets beat so badly the help from Cucurella isn't even able to come in. I mean, that's our best center back. That's our better C. He just got beat. Sub! We're going to bring in Gutierrez and Aguirre. They've had their moments in the past. Enough for me to at least trust they'll be able to go out there and help us lock our defense down a little bit. Bamba's really struggling. Let's go to Malia in the middle. Mbambo, come here. Zivairo Havakote, go. Ortega. 5 changes, go. Hashemi, Havakote, Ortega, Gutierrez, Aguirre. It's a sick joke, dude. It's a sick joke. How long was that? 2 minutes? We had every shot at this game. We make all those substitutions, and the guy that's returning from an injury gets hurt in 2 minutes. It's unreal. Well, that's just not what I set that as at all. What are you even? This is not what I had as the in possession. What is this broken game doing right now? That is not even in the same area code of what I had at all. It was this. Okay, are we going to change it again, or are we good? These were both pressing. Okay, I was like, why is he on that side of the field? And it turns out the guy that was injured, who I put in that other position off to the side, apparently my guys just ended up taking his position. So that's cool. Yeah. I'm glad that we made a game about management where the changes that I make are belligerently ignored. I mean, is that not worth a little bit of complaining? You guys saw that happen. We end up conceding another goal because of it. Yeah, it's a cursed game. Now I'm getting a phone call. Look, I don't know what telemarketer you are, but this is not the time to be calling me, so please stop. Unlucky. That was a curse game. Just get out of the game. We had, we played right with him for the first 60 minutes. That was a curse game. Just get out. What's the injury? My God. That has nothing to do with the intensity. These are injuries that are happening during the match. They are not happening in training. We have guys dropping like flies during the match, dude. Van Rooyen was during a match. Urbanic, who it says isn't hurt, but that's just because the game's broken. He's out. That was during the match. Ortega was during the match. 3 of the 4 injuries we have right now were during the match. Sensational way to send off the Malia save there. Goodness. 3 losses in 4, each in new and creative ways. We're only 8th in the league table. We're not like, I mean, our performance in the league has honestly been pretty okay, but Andrew Ortega has resumed full training and torn his hamstring in 1 day. All right, the Europa League's about to kick off, chat, so we are going to start to watch that. I would keep playing Malia to try and fix the issues we got going on, but the Europa League waits for no man. It waits for no man. All right, let's get all of our stuff set up for it. Our incredibly high-tech watch-along screen is getting ready. Freiburg and Braga have already kicked off. Crystal Palace and Shakhtar Donetsk have already kicked off. All right, top name, Aston Villa. Bottom name, Nottingham Forest. Bottom score, 0. Top score, 0. First leg score, 1-0 Nottingham Forest. And it's time for us to watch. The match, I think, actually just kicked off, so that's kind of perfect. Let me get it up. Damn, probably a good time to leave Malia for the day, honestly. That was becoming a little absurd. That was becoming a little absurd, but there's no reason to overreact. There's no reason to overreact. We're obviously going through a really, really rough patch, shall we say. All right. Europa League watch-along is officially underway, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the Malia, and we continue. We're streaming 15 hours today because I'm streaming 100 hours this week. It's a ridiculously long amount of time. But yeah. You sound very excited. Dude, I'm just mad about Malia. I am excited for the match. I'm just mad about Malia. Yeah, I mean, think about where we are. We're in the Champions League. We've got what we hope is 3 points against Anderlecht, so we just got to find some points against Leipzig or Chelsea. And then we'll be able to get into the playoff. Barcelona is still better than us, so there's no shame in losing at the Camp Nou. We had our chances, but... All right. As for this match, chat, now I'm settling down from our Malia disaster. I think Aston Villa is going to win. And I'm excited to see what Marinakis does afterwards. The energy in this stadium is amazing, though. We're obviously going to be tracking the scores at all the other matches as well. Obviously. Are we done with FM for today? Yes. Today we were playing FM into watch-alongs, into recording some Zealandisms, because Zealandism's taking the week off, into trying Project Zomboid for the first time. That's our stream today. Did I solve the murder mystery last night? I did. I solved it right at the end of the 15 hours, and we arrested her, and it was we did. You know, I hate to brag, but we did a really good job. We solved our murder mystery last night. Did I do a Premier League final day watch along? Wouldn't be surprised if I did. We are going to be watching the matches this weekend. Because obviously we're going to be here, so. We going to be watching them matches. Whoa. Whoa. After Europa League, we're recording isms. I think we'll do one about Real Madrid and their situation. And then we'll do one of the World Cup qualifying continues, so that'll be Paraguay. Red for Braga. Dude, no way. 7 minutes in. I've got the scores up on the other monitor over here. Crystal Palace has a 2-goal lead on Shakhtar, which was like kind of undeserved if you watch that match, but they have it anyways. Vallecano, I think, is up 1-0 on Strasbourg. Yep, there's the red. Dude, a red card in the second leg of a semifinal in 8 minutes. It better have been an obvious red. Sounds like it was, but it better be an obvious red. Have I seen the Middlesbrough Southampton drama? No, I have not. Goal scoring opportunity is the issue. The foul itself wasn't crazy. Oh, it was a denial of an obvious. A little dogzo. A cheeky little dogzo. Does Aston Villa have really any European history to speak of? Or no? Who would I like to see win this match? Now, I really have no dog in they won the Champions League. Aston Villa has a Champions League? I knew Nottingham Forest had two. I know Steaua Bucharest has one. I know Red Star in Serbia has one. I know that PSG's was only the second in French football history after Marseille. I didn't know Villa had a Champions League. I don't know why. Clearly a gap in the old ball knowledge. I know Nottingham Forest does. Okay, that's everybody's like favorite. They have two. 84, 85, I think. I mean, that looked like a foul. Yeah, I mean, that's a foul. He shoved him a couple times. I see the foul, ref. Crystal Palace with the early goal. That place is probably rocking. Crystal Palace takes a 1-0 lead over Shakhtar Donetsk, stretching the aggregate to 4-1. The first match, Shakhtar had like 70% of the ball and some solid chances. Oh, what a pass. Oh, what a pass. Hutchinson. Oh, yo. That was not a bad look. This pass to Omari Hutchinson was crazy. And then it's just the one-on-one, cut the ball in and have a shot. And he hit that ball really well. He hit that ball really well. Can we get a tiny live score window with the games? Yeah, I think I could do that. You're going to have to bear with me for a second. Do, do. Palace goals offside. Oh, never mind. All right. You guys are going to have to bear with me, but I can get a little live score window with the rest of the games, okay? It's going to look weird. And it's going to potentially DMCA me, but not like massively, just like minorly, you know? Take a deep breath. It's always a little perilous. How's that, baby? How's that? Yeah, you have to do that for like 2 seconds because I don't want to pause the broadcast, but I'm basically just showing a capture of my screen over here. There you go. There's a little score window just for you. Just for you. Braga already has a red card. Apparently it was a dog zo. Oh, there's a little bit of the game on the left here. There we go. That looks beautiful. That looks gorgeous. You ever find the murder suspect last night? I did. I arrested the murder suspect last night, right at the end of the stream. Bro, Tegas looks so much better with Nottingham Forest than he did with Manchester City. Was it me? No, it was Cabers. It was Sakina Cabers. What is happening at Real Madrid? Dude, I have no idea. I don't think I'm the guy that's going to be able to figure that one out for us, boss. Ooh, punch. Oh, hello. Ooh, hello. Third time was not the charm. Again, the energy at this Villa Stadium's fantastic. I think we're set for an instant classic in this match. We are waiting for the first goal across the 4 semifinals that are going on simultaneously. Oh. What's the plan for the World Cup? We got a couple of different options right now. I'm not ready to announce anything yet. Let me put it that way. I know I was joking. All right, Lord. I wouldn't have gotten the joke either. I don't blame them. Is bro muted? I don't think so. Trying to handle this lemon head I just put in my mouth. It's kicking my ass. Oh, there's a little space now. And naturally, he just takes the shot immediately from 25 yards. Got to see if you can work something a little better than a 25-yard shot with that kind of rush and that kind of numerical look. What have you been eating these days? I had cereal this morning. We're looking at some leftover spaghetti for lunch, so that's exciting. Ooh, Chris Wood. He went down way too easily there. I love John McGinn, but he's absolutely just thrown himself down here. They're talking about the size of John McGinn's ass on the U.S. broadcast. They're like, he's got a big one. He knows how to use it well. Oh, we got a red dot. We got a red dot and a goal for Freiburg. Oh, baby, it's all kicking off now. Freiburg with the goal, up a man, and we are tied at 2 on aggregate after Braga's dramatic late winner at home in Germany. Freiburg has equalized and has 70 or so minutes up a man to try and find a winner. GG's Braga. They've been absolutely sensational in the Europa League, but Freiburg, a perpetual bridesmaid type club out of Germany, has a chance to get to the final. Absolutely terrible goal. Can't wait to watch it when we break it down at halftime. Diabolical goal. I mean, Freiburg has turned into a completely different team in the knockouts that I appreciate. They were fully haram in the league stage. And they played some wild matches in the knockouts. Kind of like Atletico. They've shed their haram, oh my goodness, look at this build-up. Look at this build-up. Aston Villa, holy cruncher. Yeah, it's a yellow. What is the argument here for Murado? God, John McGinn is such a saucy mamma jamma. I mean, he's not even gotten near the ball. Oh, maybe like a toe on it. He didn't really care about the ball in that tackle. He wanted the man. He wanted the man. So only one of the 4 ties right now is tied on aggregate. Freiburg and Braga. Palace is up 3-1. Rayo Vallecano is up 1-0. And of course, Nottingham Forest is up 1-0. Ooh, a little far. Polish legend Matty Cash flying towards it. The bad news for the Premier League teams is I think Freiburg's a tougher out for like whichever one of these teams gets through playing Freiburg would probably be the team you wouldn't want to play. Especially neutral site. Braga's good at home, but I know a lot of people say that the Europa League's not as good now because of the drop down from the Champions League, but I always thought the Champions League drop down was kind of silly. Oh, that's a free kick. I mean, I loved the matches that it produced sometimes, but I feel like the Europa League is purer now. It's like the teams that are supposed to be competing for a Europa League title, you know? Both can be true, yeah. I always thought the drop down was goofy, but it definitely gave us some memorable ties. You know, memorable Europa League finals, but this just feels more right to me as the Europa League. To have Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, Freiburg, and Braga, like that's the Europa League. Which World Cup games are you going to? I'm planning on going to. I have tickets to two. We Senegal, France, and New York, and then a quarterfinal in Atlanta. And my family has tickets to. It was like my family loves doing sports events, so. Oh, I wouldn't. Wasn't it? Emmy Buendia. Wow. Yuri Tielemans just got like 10 feet in the air there. How come Strasbourg have so many English players? Oh yeah, they're Chelsea's B team, dude. It's kind of sad. That's where Rose Senior came from. And Chelsea like had Strasbourg's captain, and then they just called him back up to Chelsea, and he just hasn't played. Like, there's all sorts of these weird, bad things that Chelsea's doing with Strasbourg. Like, there's a reason that like actual B teams shouldn't be in the top flight, especially of a power league. It just threatens some sort of competitive integrity. You can counter with the fact that they are literally in the Conference League semifinal right now, so clearly it's not all bad. Real announcing that the Pope is going to visit the Bernabeu is hilarious timing with everything going on. What is he there? Is he there on some sort of peacekeeping mission? That would make sense. There's a threat to world peace going on at Real Madrid right now, and the Pope is needed. We got a goal for Hey, we got a goal for Crystal Palace. Trying to go up 4-1 at home, looking to try to be the first team that's comfortably through to a final after they kind of stole one 3-1 on the road. Yeah, I mean, I knew Real Madrid was thinking outside the box for their new manager, but the Pope is a little... I don't know. Florentino's a persuasive guy. The Champions League group is a joke. I don't know, dude. The final day of the Champions League stage produced some absolutely unbelievable drama with that like Sporting goal right at the end, or Benfica goal right at the end, or yeah, it was Benfica. Like the league stage proved that it can produce some crazy drama. and I appreciated that. The drop down in third, I mean, I don't think it provided jeopardy. I think the jeopardy was provided by the fact that there were less teams going to the knockouts than there are now. Right. There are only 16 Champions League knockout spots. Got to finish top 2 in the group. And I think it's a different atmosphere and environment when you play every team twice and there's like a draw that determines the other 3 teams that you play. Like, that's a different vibe. But the league stage, I mean, look, the league stage was made as a money grab. I'm just trying to, like, you know, it does give you better matchups, you know, because you get pot 1 versus pot 1 matchups in the league stage. You know, you can get Bayern PSG or Liverpool Real Madrid in the league stage. The Palace goal is nasty. As in gross or... Oh, it's an own goal. Another gross goal. We love it. It's the semis. They all... Oh. And now Watkins. They're both hurt. Well, that sucks. Now, I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity of both of them being hurt to heat up my pasta, but I hope they're okay. Oh, I see they're still treating him. Ugh. This physio's more caked than again. Down, boy. Ooh. There's an argument. John McGinn apparently saying that it should have been a foul. I like how they were just talking about Morgan Gibbs White with like the giant scar on his forehead earlier. I think it's accidental. Well, obviously, them bashing their skulls against each other was accidental, but they're saying the defender gets there late and then that makes it a penalty. I don't think it's going to be given, though. This is taking all the steam out of this game, dude. Pretty mad to think about just 20 years ago, second place went into qualifying for the Champions League. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they kind of need to change the name because the idea used to be that you just get the champions from every country into a tournament and have them all play each other. But now it's kind of just like, we're just taking all the best teams from the last year and putting them in there. Rayo Vallecano's putting on a banger of a game right now. Dude, them against Strasbourg in that first leg was an absolute snoozer. Rayo Vallecano Stadium is also, I'm pretty sure, like one of the most run-down stadiums I've ever seen at this point in Europe in my entire life. Since back when those Russian teams would make deep runs. Get my pasta! All right, game just got back. Let's go. That was like a 5-minute delay, dude. Timed that really perfectly to get my pasta. Pasta and ketchup? Nah, a little lemon marinara. A little lemon marinara, a little parmesan. Yeah, and the key always storing the pasta and the sauce separately when you save pasta as leftovers. That is always the key. Ooh, Shakhtar Donetsk just got a goal back. I just saw that pop up. Shakhtar not done yet. He set up the Palace. Well, Shakhtar Donetsk just closed it back to 2 just to put a little jeopardy in there, and that is the worst volley I've ever seen. Banger goal for Shakhtar. Shakhtar Donetsk showed the quality in that first leg that they could control the game against Palace. So, I mean, it's not totally over, but it's still a very long road. I think it being a great goal instead of a bad goal gives Shakhtar more hope. Ollie Watkins, very easy to spot now with the... Okay, John McGinn's now taken to sitting on the ball. Nope, Ollie. The old shot cross from Matty Cash. Villa's flying. But let me tell you, they got to stop shooting from Narnia. Clearly, they've been told to just crank shots from everywhere. But I feel like they're taking these shots from positions where it's like, you could get something more out of this. That is not the first time. Show us the pasta. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll mix that sauce up all good, nice. Now. Good even balance, you know? Yeah, they got the shoot on sight ticked right now. Yeah, no, we'll keep an eye. I mean, at least Shakhtar Donetsk and Crystal Palace are giving us some goals. Braga's still holding on. They haven't been washed away yet. Wow, what a ball by Emi Martinez. Emi Martinez nearly just played him in. Nottingham Forest can't get out of their own half of the field right now. Buendia. Oh, no way that worked. There's no way that worked. Oh, it's a goal! It's Aston Villa! It's Ollie Watkins! From Emi Buendia! And we're all level. They're going bananas in Birmingham. How about those apples? Emi Buendia. I can't believe that move by Emi Buendia worked. It looked so goofy, but it fooled everybody. What a ball by Emi Martinez, dude. That started this whole thing. Wow. Wow. Watch Forest score. Dude. Yeah, Shakhtar equalized. Honestly, for Shakhtar, it makes it even more painful because Crystal Palace absolutely stole a 3-1 on the road. It wasn't the one possession with the header. For some reason, I feel like it was Buendia. It was either Buendia or Tielemans. It was on that side of the field. There's no way the center back would have been that high up. I love it when wingers cross it specifically to a guy instead of just hitting it into an area. And that's what Buendia did do on that play. He really picked a guy to pass that to. What a turn by McGinn. Oi! Hey, can anybody explain to me what Morgan Rogers was doing with that rebound? Wow. Kind of expected a better shot from Ollie Watkins after he'd gotten himself into that position. Yeah, I mean, Villa's playing like its ass is on fire right now. Oh, Braga, no! The 8th minute red card undoes it all for Braga. Freiburg takes a 2-0 lead at home and leads 3-2 on aggregate over the Portuguese side. Freiburg has flipped the aggregate score in one half, courtesy of a apparently very clear red card on Braga. A worldie of a goal. Have Forrest had a shot yet? Yeah, I think they have. Forrest had a couple of decent forays forward earlier in this game. Yeah, they have 2 shots. They had a couple looks forward. It's really been probably since the 20th minute, Villa just clamped them. What's up, Shock? I missed the Villa goal. Was it a good one? Yeah, it was a great little run by Emi Buendia after a great pass by Emi Martinez to set it up. Whoa, Hutchinson's on the move. Oh, it's flipping time, baby. It's flipping time. You know what that means. As long as Emi Buendia is going to eventually clear this ball, it's time for a little Kyle Filipowski. A little Philippe Coutinho. A little trip to Flipistan. We have now streamed for 45 hours this week so far. We are closing in, chat, on being halfway done with the 100-hour stream week. We're closing in. Oh, that wasn't a bad ball. The last country to have a... Oh, Vallecano! Oh, Rayo Vallecano! Right before the half. It's a 2-0 aggregate lead for Rayo Vallecano. They've scored in France. The first time European participants, Rayo Vallecano, are closing in on a final. What a moment. Chelsea's B team absolutely mudded. Braga hit the post. Braga hit the post. Oh, that would have tied it on aggregate. Oh, Braga. That's just after an early red card to then hit the post on a shot that would have brought it back tied. That's cruel and unusual. Did he actually get kicked in the head here? I don't think he touched him. Matt hit the post in an overhead kick, and then so it's a huge double chance for Crystal Palace. Well, I mean, Crystal Palace still sitting pretty up 4-2 on aggregate. But I would have loved to have seen Mateta. Mateta's just a dude. He's a a pure Barclays type of forward. I would have loved to have add a European bicycle kick to that repertoire. A little soft on McGinn, just giving him something to remember him by, you know? The announcers just said, they're like, oh, well, he hasn't seen much of the game for the last 5 minutes. Talking about the coach for Nottingham Forest. All right, here we go. Buendia, right where he wants to be, passes it straight to the other team. But Nottingham Forest they're just getting beat. They are just getting beat. I think that's a bit of a makeup call there. Oh no, never mind. I thought he just kind of hit him because Buendia slipped. But that's a pretty ugly challenge there. That is a pretty ugly challenge. Oh, that Force was supposed to have loads of good players. They're clearly not that good, considering where they've been in the league this year. Thank you for the 33 months, Derlogi. Come on, Freiburg. Looking forward to your 3 years, my dude. All right, last action and a half. Elliot Anderson with the gum in. What a touch. Big time touch, baby. All right. All tied up, and it is halftime. We'll get the little halftime up here. That just feels weird. Nice. All right. We've got Crystal Palace and Shakhtar Donetsk all leveled up at 1 on the day, 4-2 on aggregate to Crystal Palace. Rayo Vallecano leads Strasbourg 2-0 on aggregate. And Freiburg is up 3-2 on aggregate, courtesy of their 2-1 defeat at Braga previously. I think like a normal song. Yeah, that works. Fortunately, it seems we've definitely picked the best, most exciting match to watch because it is the only match within, only match that's tied on aggregate. The only match that's within 1 goal is Freiburg up on Braga, where Braga's already down a man. So, yeah, we can check out the goals. I'm going to put the scores away. We'll bring those back up later. A long way since that day. We can check out the goals if you happen to miss any of the goals. Led to Crystal Palace first. All right, the Crystal Palace goal was as follows. Oh, what? Bro. I'm sorry, what happened? How did this ball end up in there? So, okay. Well worked. Long shot. What happens here? Like, excuse me, somebody. Good save. I think, does it hit this guy? It has to. I mean, we're working with the worst possible angle here. Yeah, it does. And then bounces over the goal. Dude, that's so unlucky. That's so unlucky. If you're Shakhtar. That's just a pure chaos goal. Here's Shakhtar's equalizer. Ooh, 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 man. That's good. Shakhtar Donetsk back in the saddle. Now give me Braga. I want to see the red card. So that's got us at 4-2. Crystal Palace still up a couple of goals. Needs something pretty crazy to happen for them to get into trouble. Here's the red card play. Here is the red card play for Braga. And oh boy, I can see where we're going here. Assuming we're going to get a replay here. I mean, it looks. I think it's I'm going to say something. I think it's a well-won red card. I think it's a well-won red card. You can see him like cut in front of this guy and slow down. It's like NBA point guards when they get in front of a big man running down the floor and just stop. This is like outdoor boy's cousin. Okay. Now the 2 goals for Freiburg. So obviously they get the red card. And now we come in and Freiburg at this point is still down a goal on aggregate. Oh, that's such trash. Oh my god. Oh, this is such a garbage goal. I love it. Okay. Why? That is, I mean, that's the ultimate, like, just keep hustling goal right there. That's the ultimate, like, just keep hustling goal. They try to click. Can you imagine the head loss being a Braga fan? You get a red card, and then that's the goal that ties it on aggregate. That. The head life, or the head loss, I would be on the moon. My head would be on the moon if I was a Braga fan, and that was it. And then it sounds like they scored a great second goal, which you're just sitting there and you're like, okay, there's nothing we can do about that. Oh! Look at the action on that, dude. Look at the action. Damn. Monzombie. Monzombie. All right, so Braga obviously is having a tough day. They get the red card. It was a red card. They give up just an absolute nonsense tomfoolery goal. And then we get to this John Manzombie operation. John Manzombie. All right. What about Rayo Vallecano? I've heard tell that this goal was particularly trash. Or that it was potentially another garbage goal. We'll see. I'll be the judge of that. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, it's just a normal goal, you know? Swing the cross in. First shot, save. Second shot, bing. Rayo Vallecano 2-0 on aggregate. They're doing the job. They are doing the job right now. Did we watch the Villa goal yet? No, we're headed there now. We're headed there now. Ollie Watkins with the bandage on his head. So it cuts off right before the pass. So the ball ended up here with the goalkeeper here and the defender having to deal with it at the last minute from a pass from Emi Martinez, like a straight through ball from Emi Martinez. A straight through ball from Tielemans. It was Yuri Tielemans. That somebody was like, who made the intercepting header? This is the clearance. He gets to him and he does what so many people don't do. He takes his time. Like, how many people would just smash this across once they got into this position? He realizes that nobody's really taking that space away from him, takes the extra time and finds Ollie Watkins. And that sort of pressure and like 2 to 3 bites of the apple is what Aston Villa has been doing the same time. First stream, only watch the VODs. How you doing? I'm doing well, Patate. Welcome in. We're doing a little watch-along right now. We're doing a cheeky little watch-along. And that's how we've ended up here, chat. With Villa up 1-0, tied 1-1 on aggregate with Nottingham Forest. Freiburg's up 3-2 on aggregate with a man advantage against Braga. Crystal Palace and Shakhtar Donetsk are level at 1, and Rayo Vallecano leads 1-0. Rayo Vallecano and Crystal Palace both have a 2-goal lead on aggregate right now. So if a goal comes from Shakhtar or Strasbourg, then we are back into jeopardy territory in the Conference League. But right now, it looks like we'll have Crystal Palace and Vallecano, two European noobs, basically, playing against each other in a European final, which would be fantastic. All right. Because I'm doing a 100-hour stream week, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick before these matches start back up again. Once they do, we're going to head over and continue our watch-along of Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest. headphones in here? I did. All right, the game just started. The game just started. Oh God, this professional watch along. Professional watch along. The game's on. The game's on. Okay, that, and then we have that, and then we have that, and we are in business, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I missed a raid. Yo, Foot Accountant, thank you so much for raiding in, dude. What the hell? Sorry, I'm streaming 100 hours this week, so I was hitting the bathroom real quick. Trying to get that in at halftime after we looked at all the goals. We're doing a watch along of the Europa League and the Champions League. Let me turn the tunes off. Second half's just kicked off. We're watching the best one right now, the only match that's tied on aggregate. Thank you guys for raiding in, and I do hope you had a great stream, like I was saying. Is there anybody that thinks Aston Villa is not going to win this game, by the way? Because not me. W chair stream. Ratings straight into Bill Belichick. Time wasting tactics? Dude, I don't know what you want me to do. Get a toilet installed in here? I don't even start the timer until I'm actually on screen. My starting soon screen does not count. The timer starts when my face appears on screen. Use a bucket like a real gamer. No, I mean, my mom's actually flying in tonight for really reasons totally unrelated to the 100-hour stream. And I was thinking I'll do the, Mom! Little South Park. Diapers exist, true. Crystal Palace has scored. That likely cooks it. That's 5-2 on aggregate. Despite the beauty of Shakhtar Donetsk's goal, they just can't defend well enough to keep Crystal Palace away. It's Jover. 2-1 Palace, 5-2 on aggregate. It's over. That's the first one I feel comfortable calling. Strasbourg just needs a goal. The problem is Vallecano's been so... they really kept Strasbourg away from just about anything in the first leg. And I would imagine they're doing the same here. I haven't obviously been able to watch the match because I'm watching... oh, dude. They are chunking Emi Buendia in this game. Ooh, a little spicy now. Ryan Yates getting mixed up. His name might not indicate it, but he is prone to spice. He kind of pushed his face into the ground here at the end. I think that's the biggest contributing factor to the kerfuffle unfolding. Yeah, currently tied on aggregate. Freiburg's up 1 on aggregate. Vallecano's up 2. Crystal Palace is now up 3. Although I feel obliged to continuously mention that Shakhtar Donetsk was like kind of robbed in the opening match where it was 3-1 Crystal Palace. They had like 70% possession. Controlled the game and Palace had all the goals. You say Ryan Yates is an average footballer, right? But imagine how good you have to be such an aggressively, like, okay player at the level he's playing at, you know? And he plays an aggressive game. Okay, that's a foul. First time I thought about Amari Hutchinson in 20 minutes. Okay, now we got... Oh, for the Nottingham Forest. Okay. One of the Nottingham Forest coaches. Okay. Oh. That was a little reckless there. He took a part and a parcel with that one. Yeah, the timer disappears on replays. That's just because of how magic it is. Then it comes back. But there's no more accurate timer because it's literally the timer that's on the screen that I'm watching. So instead of trying to sync up starting a timer, we just big-brained the problem. Oh, yeah. Well, now this game's getting all bogged down. Ow. Every time I join a watch-along, we get a new cut out of something. You like the scores? The scores are pretty cool, dude. I think the scores are pretty cool. Think this might go to extra time? I mean, if Nottingham Forest can keep making it this ugly, it's going to go to extra time. Nottingham Forest has turned this game into a stop-start rock fight all of a sudden. YouTube's having a little party over there. Nice. Whoa, pen! Pen! That was a pen! What are we looking at, ref? I'm not rooting for either team here, but let's be honest with ourselves. He fully pulled that guy back. I don't know why he did it, but he absolutely pulled that guy back. I mean, goodness gracious, dude. Pau Torres is initially trying to get to that ball, and he gets I mean, it's a pen. It's an obvious pen. Like, I give Pau Torres a ton of credit because I don't think he's flopping there. Like, Pau Torres puts his feet in the ground to try to go forward and then gets pulled back. Did someone say party? Yeah, you know, Twitch doesn't have that ability, YouTube. Twitch does not have the ability to spam emojis coming from the, like, floating up the chat. But you guys do. And every once in a while, you unleash that ability, YouTube. Oh boy. The biggest penalty for Aston Villa in 40 years. Literally in 40 years. I have no idea why Milinkovic is doing that, but he definitely fouled him. I'm just really happy that we have an obvious penalty, because I am so tired of all these debates about penalties. Thank goodness we have an obvious pen. Like, just a clear pen. We don't have to debate it. And I'll be honest, Ortega's not the most imposing penalty goalkeeper to face. He is not a big guy. Oh, he nearly got there. Emi Buendia. There are going to be a few kids in Birmingham named Buendia. That's all I got to say about that. The goal is in, and it is Aston Villa in the lead. 2-0 on the day, 2-1 on aggregate, and a European final is beckoning for the Villa. Emiliano Buendia. Keeper nearly got there, but he didn't. It wasn't a great time from Ortega. I don't know what he was doing there. So now Villa and Freiburg are 1 goal in the lead on aggregate. Yeah, Ortega's dive was something about it was unconvincing. I don't know what about it was. All right. Somebody find Chris Wood. Somebody find Chris Wood. Oh boy. We have Mablaba saying hi to himself in both chats. Nice. Mablaba saying that he's left Twitch for YouTube to see what all the fuss was about with all the emojis coming up from the bottom of the chat. It is very fun. Here, I'll do one. That's how I feel about you guys. Thanks for being here. A little emoji thing at the bottom of the chat. It's a good time. Oh. I hope Nottingham Forest is able to keep enough of the ball to make this interesting. It looks like they're going to be able to. I like how that ball's just headed. Oh, he's so offside. Can we call the offside? But he doesn't, because this is a super obvious offside. Like, why are we letting this go? Why do they let the play continue on this? It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Do I think they'll be able to keep Emi Buendia? Yeah. I think Emi Buendia is the type of player that thrives at a club like Villa. If you put Emi Buendia on a team like Liverpool or something, I just don't think that, like, I don't think he can perform consistently enough at that level, but he can be a superhero for Villa. Also, they look like they're going to be in the Champions League, so way easier to hang on to players if you're playing in the Champions League. He doesn't love us anymore. I'll hit you. I'll hit a few more hearts. Those are mine, right there. I've got you guys up all the time. He hasn't given a word of the day in God knows how long. So I only do that once we send Twitch off in a raid, you know. When are we playing Shadows of Doubt again? That was fun. I'm not gonna lie. The first like 2 hours of Shadows of Doubt, I was sitting there going, I don't really get this. I don't know if this is gonna be fun. And then by the end of it, I was like fully invested, you know. I was fully into it. But I had a good time. And of course, we solved the murder. We solved the murder. I don't know if Nottingham Forest has the ability to pass the ball through this Villa pressure. They just end up back at Ortega. He hits the ball long. He doesn't even get it to midfield. And then all of a sudden, Villa's on the first ball. Finally, Forest has it. Okay. Oh, play him. Play him on the right. There's something on for Forest finally. Oh, and it's such a bad cross. I was rewatching parts of the VOD, was just wondering the entire time if you could have checked the camera footage from the first victim's apartment. I suppose you could have. You'd have to find the camera room, right? I know we've got another fun game this evening. We're gonna be playing Project Zomboid for the first time. A famous game, obviously played by tons of people that I have never played. It's always looked fun. Yeah, we got Crusader Kings, Trees Hate Me coming later this week. A little Long Dark as well, I think. Yeah, I've never played. I mean, I've watched a few streamer friends play it. I've watched one or two YouTube videos from YouTubers I liked that played it. So I've seen it a little bit before, but I definitely don't know any of the mechanics, really. I think the YouTube video that I watched of it was modded. Because it started, like, before the collapse of civilization or something. Oh, nice touch by Morgan Rogers. Oh, Morgan Rogers. Oh, Morgan Rogers. Tell you though, Villa is not shooting very well when they get into shooting pockets. But that time, at least, I think that was the time to shoot. Wow, Villa just rondoed the hell out of Nottingham Forest right there. Will I play the new James Bond game? I don't think so. Maybe. It gets like really high reviews but it doesn't see I not necessarily I think I've played a James Bond game before, but I think it was on the original PlayStation. Just be prepared to die a lot at the beginning of Zomboid. Nah, dude. I'm a survival game expert. All right. Survival game expert. Lock your doors. Don't set off the car alarm. I'm not going to go in overconfident, but I back myself to be able to do pretty well on Zomboid. Oh, that's just nothing for Yates there. Oh, wow. That was a hilarious challenge. I don't know who that was, but the Villa player got completely body checked to the ground. What was that stat I just heard? Freiburg scored, but yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Apparently, Morgan Rogers is the only player under the age of 28 in this Aston Villa team. Every player except for Morgan Rogers on this Villa team is at least 28 years old. Dang. That's an old team. Angston Villa. 10 of the 11 players in the field are 28 or older. Any big signings for Malia? No, wasn't a transfer window stream. Played a lot of matches. Some good, mostly bad. Reminds me of the inner team that won in 2010, full of old guys. I just didn't know Villa was that old. Huh. Hilarious attempt to clear. Oh my goodness, is Wood on? Is Chris Wood on? Wow, they're saying Chris Wood was offside, but I'm stunned he didn't finish that. I'm stunned he didn't finish that. That's a big time save. He's on. I think he's on. No, you're looking at if you're looking at Matty Cash, I think Cash is keeping him on. Chris Wood's going to score a header. Well, he just came out, I think. Oh, they brought in Luca. Wow, he just took Chris Wood off. How do you take off your spirit animal in a moment like this? I really can't believe he's taken Chris Wood off. Freiburg scored another goal that's basically ended it. They're up 3-0. That means they're up 5-2. No. They're up 4-2 on aggregate. I love math. Forgot the aggregate score. Oh, Buendia, he should have flopped. Buendia should have flopped. He would have had a pen. I hate that I can see that now, but that bump from behind on Buendia, if he goes down, it's a penalty. At least it looked like it from the TV angle. Lorenzo Luca wins the corner. All right. God, I bet you they wish they had Chris Wood in there. And the ball in. Emmy is literally waiting for it. What a bad pass by... Morgan Rogers messed up that pass. He's too young. Got to be at least 28 years old to play for Aston Villa. Rogers is too young. Too young. All right, let's see if Nottingham Forest got a better free kick play than they do a corner play. Love that. Matty Cash just ended up on the ground. They got to retake the free kick. Hashemi's not out in the cold. He's actually registered. It's been a very weird turn, Hans. Very bizarre turn. He's actually registered. All right, they're running the exact same play they were just setting up to run. And it has now turned into a potentially great counter for Aston Villa. No way, Braga just scored. Oh, if Rogers could have figured that pass out, dude. He had two guys. He had two. Braga scored to bring it back to a 1-goal gap. 4-3 aggregate lead for Freiburg over 10-man Braga. Superb John McGinn-esque play there. How many times have they shown Morgan Gibbs White's just destroyed face on this broadcast? We've gotten very little action out of Strasbourg, Rayo Vallecano. Exactly as I predicted. Crystal Palace has avoided the bottle with a 2-goal aggregate lead coming in. Freiburg has kept it interesting even though they've been up a man since the 8th minute of the game. And Nottingham Forest need just 1 goal. Dude, where's the left side of the defense? What is going on? Goal, Aston Villa, John McGinn. Nottingham Forest fall apart. What? Like, this looked like a Football Manager glitch, dude. Where is the left side of the defense for Nottingham Forest? They had no idea he was there. It's 3-0. Villa has a 2-goal lead on aggregate, 3-1 overall. It's over. It's gotta be over. What was that? Nottingham Forest with the opposite of bespoke. I mean, look at this. Look at, what are they? I mean, they only got 2 guys back. Like, there's just nobody there. There's nobody within 5 yards of him. Sorry, 15 yards of him. Like, any Premier League midfielder worth their salt's going to have a pretty good shot from there. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, it was clean. He took care of it, but what happened? What a night in Birmingham for Aston Villa. Yeah, what a game from Villa. Villa just showed Nottingham Forest levels. Just absolutely barnstormed Nottingham Forest. Absolutely barnstormed them. Ran them off the field. I don't know what they're singing, but it is so loud. What are they? Where's the dude? It's the same play. It's the same. Where's the left side of the it's a goal for Villa. It's 4-0. Where's the defense? Where are they? They're just gone. Have you figured out John McGinn's like arguably the best player on Aston Villa, and you should probably figure out where the hell he is on the field? I mean, they're spamming X and it's working. Like, there's nobody. It's like the left back has been sent off on Football Manager, and you just don't even like. You don't replace them. You just leave that space on the left side of your field. That's what it looks like. Dude, Milinkovic is literally sitting there with his arms up, like, where's the left? I mean, you gotta have it. Like, they're playing with a back 2 right now. Like, there's nobody there. I have no idea what's happening. It's like broken marking mechanics in Football Manager is what it feels like. Except dude, I would sack the manager before he even gets on the plane, the train, the automobile. Sack him. Flip! Hey, you guys ready to take a little field trip to Flipistan? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Little field trip to Flipistan. And, oh, yes. Okay. We are closing in, chat. We are closing in, not only on Phil Foden's number, but on 50 hours streamed this week. A beautiful flip. 46 hours streamed in our journey to stream 100 hours this week, which again is is the main incentive really of us raising 20,000 pounds for Warchild, which thank you guys again for being a part of that. If you were, and thank you guys for being a part of this and hanging out with me and forcing me to stream 100 hours in 1 week by, giving that much money to Warchild. Bro, what was that defense? Genuinely, what was that defense? Some of the worst defense I've ever seen. And we now end up in a tie we now end up in a position where none of these matches are close. Every match is at least 2 goals apart on aggregate. Or wait, no, Freiburg's is 1. Dude, if Braga comes back from down 2 goals on aggregate to tie it with only 10 men, that's insane. You have some faith in Strasbourg? They need 2. Strasbourg needs 2. They lost 1-0 in Spain. The manager put Amari Hutchinson at left back. It shows. It shows. And then Nottingham Forest scores 3. They are singing again, man. Unai Emery's just obliterated whoever the manager is for Nottingham Forest. Marinakis will get him out of there immediately. Good time to bring on Jadon Sancho for Aston Villa. That's what I was thinking. Good time to bring on Jadon Sancho. I think Jadon Sancho could really change the game here in the 88th minute, up 4-0. Notice how this has happened after they subbed out Chris Wood. I'm just saying. Braga's putting in everything. I mean, they're 1 goal away from very improbably forcing extra time against Freiburg. Crystal Palace is 5-2. Rayo Vallecano's 2-0. Villa's up 4-1 on aggregate. It's all down to Freiburg's 4-3 lead. And Braga's manic pressure to try and get that to extra time. But even if they do, 30 more minutes. They've been down a man since the 8th minute of the game. That's a terrible giveaway by Konsa. Hello. João Moutinho, yeah, dude. I had to look up and make sure it was the same João Moutinho when I first started seeing the names on the name on the team sheet and the knockouts for Braga. I was like, "There's no way." It is ancient João Moutinho. He set up one of Braga's goals in the first leg with like a beautiful chipped through ball. Classic old dude pass. Bedtime for me. Good night. See you in chat. Good night, Pale Ginger. Have no fear, though, chat. We are going 15 hours today. Jimmy Sinclair. Great name for a young English guy coming off the bench. Ooh, that was a really good ball. Not that it matters. This game is so cooked. Palace is officially through. The first of these 4 teams to officially book a place. 5-2 on aggregate. They were incisive and lethal in front of the Shakhtar goal. They had their turn of good fortune as well, like with their first goal today. Donetsk put on a really good tournament. Getting all the way to the semifinal is a big win for them. You know, kind of bouncing back. They had such a beautiful team of all Brazilians and then like a spine of Ukrainians. Vintage Shakhtar team. Crystal Palace has a chance for a 3rd trophy in a year. Oh, Strasbourg got a pin. I saw that just pop up. Strasbourg got a pin. I mean, they need 2 goals. Strasbourg needs 2 goals. But they got, hey, line this pin up and take it quickly. Super John McGinn with the exact same goal 2 times in 2 minutes. They missed! They missed. Strasbourg missed the penalty. It was a double save. Oh, come on. Oh, that's just insult to injury there. There's swirlies common in American schools. I never knew of one that happened at any of the schools I was ever at. I think that's more of a Hollywood invention. Blue Co-Heritage. Strasbourg has missed the penalty. They're down 2-0 on aggregate. Rayo Vallecano, who's basically never participated in Europe before, will be headed to the Conference League final. What a moment for the Spaniards. A team that plays in an absolute dumpster of a stadium, and they would agree with that. A team that you cannot buy tickets for online. You have to buy them in person at the stadium. Will be playing in the Conference League final. Rayo Vallecano. The magic of the Conference League continues. A club for whom Strasbourg would be considered a big money opponent. And they've shut them down. Down to the missed penalty. They're looking at a double clean sheet. Braga still just needs one goal to force extra time. They're the one team that's like actually close. If Braga scores one goal, then it's pandemonium. Long trip back to Nottingham, huh? For that dude in the Nottingham Forest Chester hat. What is that pass attempt from Elliot Anderson? Is Palace in a European final? Yes, they are. Conference League is the purest tournament football has. Yeah, it gives teams like Shakhtar Donetsk an opportunity to play teams like Crystal Palace. It's two teams, you know, from different worlds in a lot of ways. That's a good matchup. And then Vallecano Strasbourg is also, it's a good matchup. Is this onside? Oh, Tielemans. No, you dude, you just fell over. Sorry, you fell over. It's Jover for Braga. A brutal match for Braga. An 8th minute red card, a super unlucky first goal conceded. They had a 2-1 lead going to Germany, and they just couldn't quite hold on to it. It all fell apart. Oh, good pass. Yates. And it's a hell of a block. Freiburg is going to the Europa League final. What a moment for them. They've seen off a stubborn Braga. Nottingham Forest has not been quite so stubborn. And it will be Aston Villa and Freiburg for the Europa League title. One of the grandest club football trophies you can win. Rayo Vallecano, again, a team that plays in like a completely run-down stadium that has, you can only buy tickets to their games at the turnstile. They're going to the Conference League. Crystal Palace, Rayo Vallecano is for the streets. That is a for the streets matchup. Crystal Palace has come all the way out of the playoff, by the way. Crystal Palace has come all the way out of the playoff. They went in the playoff round. They didn't even make it to the last 16 straight away by finishing in the top 8. They have had to play 4 knockout rounds in order to get to this final. They have had to play 4 knockout rounds to get to this final, dude. Hey, Aston Villa was way better. I don't know if there's any big brain takeaway here. Aston Villa played Nottingham Forest off the field. Nottingham Forest fell apart late in the game defensively, gifted Aston Villa a couple of great looks, which were taken convincingly. Right? Probably the most engaging match overall was Freiburg-Braga. Freiburg holding on for that 1-goal win. That's the extra coefficient spot confirmed for Spain now with Vallecano going through. Who is the other nation that was in on it? Germany, maybe? It wouldn't have been France. Yeah, Germany, okay. Like if Freiburg went through and Vallecano didn't, then Germany would get the extra coefficient spot. That would make sense. You got Ollie Watkins bleeding through his headband here. He's the guy that set him apart. Freiburg needed to do better than Rayo Vallecano. That makes sense. But they didn't. They're going to the final. Wait, what if Freiburg wins and Vallecano doesn't win? Doesn't matter anymore? All right. Not enough of a difference. I'm trusting you on this, Igneous. I'm trusting you on this. You seem like somebody that would know. You seem like somebody who is knowledgeable. All right. I'm trusting you. Fifth gets Champions League in the Prem? Yes. Well, that's basically going to happen every year. Fifth is going to get Champions League in the Prem basically every year. The Premier League is just going to continue to be the best. Like league coefficient wise. You see it right now. Where's this part of? Oh, Freiburg. Oh, the broadcast is switched over to the Freiburg celebration, and there are a bunch of people crying. It is a special moment for Freiburg and for Villa. Freiburg's been in Europe a lot, and they've never gotten anywhere near this kind of level. So great for them. Which is currently Bournemouth. Is Bournemouth really fifth in the league? I thought it was Villa. I thought it was Villa. The whole pitch is full of fans. Yeah. Hey, look, it's my mouse. Well, all right. Let me close the old broadcast, close off that Freiburg celebration. And we can assess the final situation now. Villa. Dog. It was not close. It was not close at all. Villa win the final easily. Look, if Aston Villa play the way they win tonight, if they play the way they did tonight, I don't think Freiburg stands much of a chance. Problem is, way harder to play that way when you've got a huge build-up to a final on a neutral site in Istanbul. Yeah, they dominated. They were just so much, they were so energetic and so on top of the game and so, I mean, it just wasn't a contest. There's nothing here. I was very, very surprised that he took off Chris Wood in the 71st. I don't think that mattered. 2 goal, but it was a 1-goal game on aggregate when Chris Wood came off. I was very surprised. I know Freiburg pretty well. Vincenzo Grifo was going to find a way to win this. Yeah, they brought in Luca, which I get. He's a big striker, but at this point of the game, don't you want to go to 2 big strikers? Don't you want to go to 2 big strikers? Palace are going to Leipzig? Wait, the Conference League finals in Leipzig? All right, hold on. All right, guys, you want to watch all the goals that we didn't find? First, we'll watch we'll catch up on Freiburg. Freiburg's 3rd goal, and then the goal that made it 3-1. So this is Freiburg's 3rd goal right here. That was on a set. Oh, that's trying to see what they could do here. I mean, they just... Keeper gets caught in a really bad spot. Keeper's in no man's land. Not the best for Braga. And then they scored anyways. Down 3-0. Just going nuts. That was in the 79th. So they had like 15 minutes to chase. And they obviously didn't get anything. That is such a sick goal. Sensual football right there. Sensual. Yeah, there's nothing in the Rayo Vallecano match, but I think there was a Crystal Palace goal that we did not see in the second half that kind of put the game away. Ismail Assar in the 52nd minute. This was the Crystal Palace goal that I want to hear the audio pop here at the risk of DMCA. I want to hear the audio pop. You can't hear it because I have that muted. So let me unmute that for you.
Há uma falha de comunicação. E agora pode marcar e a bola entra. Mateta ou Sarr? É Sarr quem desvia para o poste e desatenção.
I mean, they're just queuing up here. This is bad defense.
Falha de comunicação.
Like cross comes in.
E a bola entra.
Goodness. Goodness gracious me. All too easy. All too easy. The Monka DMCA. Leave me alone. All right, and now you get your Nottingham Forest goals, all right? Where? I mean, the second goal was the penalty. Very clear penalty. Oh, not Nottingham Forest. Oh my, Aston Villa. 46 hours of streams this week already. Aston Villa, right. They were the team that won. Do they have Emi Buendia's penalty call? Oh yeah, for those that didn't see the call, this is the call. Unbelievable. Dog. Why would you risk that, dude? It's not a risk. You just know what, like, that's just going to be passive enough. Oh, you were making fun of Forrest? No, my brain's just a little cooked. The pen. But then, here, you heard me talking about how there was, like, no defense on these goals that Villa scored. Watch this. Like, watch this play. So we're starting with the goalkeeper, right? See if you can figure out where the hell the left side of this defense is. So what's crazy here, Chad, is that behind my head, if I move myself, right, John McGinn's right here. He's right here. There is nobody between John McGinn and the goal right now, despite the fact that there is a center back here and a center back here. And each of those center backs already has a player in front of them. This, I believe, is the guy that's supposed to be paying attention to John McGinn. I have no idea what the defense is doing here. No idea. Then if you hit play, watch this. There's nobody here. There's nobody behind my head. I mean, the whole field's open. The entire field is open. I mean, it's not anybody. It's John McGinn. This dude's like an established Premier League star. The camera flip is unsettling. Yeah, just watch it in real time now. Just a cheap long ball. Sorry, I paused it again. It's just a cheap long ball to two guys. I don't see goals like that at this level. Yeah, it was a nice finish. Obviously, I have no... And you want to know what's really funny? It happened again. So that happens, and you would think there would be an inquest as to how to prevent such a disaster. Defense. Well, it's not there again. It's not there again. It's just gone. Exactly. That's what I meant. It looks like it just looked like they didn't have a left back. Yeah, the blonde guy's Amari Hutchinson. He's a winger. I don't know if they moved him to left back and he didn't get the memo. I don't know what was happening. Do they need to get wider? No, that's the crazy thing is on both of these goals, they just run out of guys. Like, you have right back here, midfielder here. midfielder here, right? You have this guy, Aston Villa's got two guys that are checking forward to receive the ball. We know this from the last goal. Like, they're checking all the way up the field to try and receive the ball. So you play it through to one of them, right? He is now through the midfield line, inside of the fullback. He's this center back's responsibility. This center back is watching the other guy. There's nobody watching him again. He's all alone. It's not a question if they need to get wider. It's a question of they don't have enough guys. That's not the left back. It's just, I have no idea. I have no idea. This goal is more damning. They're at least closer to him. This goal is psychotic. Like, when this ball is played, look at the state of play here. There isn't anybody within 20 yards of John McGinn. Like, all they did, this is a straight long ball. This is a straight long ball. There's not some elaborate build-up. They weren't crushing the press. This is roll it out and kick the ball up the field, and then all of a sudden, maybe the left back had to go to the bathroom. Yeah, with 2 goals, but I was just so confused as to what Nottingham Forest was doing. Yeah, the left back is a right dude. Hans on YouTube has a very good theory. The left back was actually a right wing in possession because of a drag and drop glitch in FM26. So the left back just had a very long way to run from right wing because of the in and out of possession stuff on FM26. That's what was happening. He wasn't able to recover. Yeah, opposition player instructions: do not type mark John McGinn. There's actually another opposition player instruction on Football Manager now. It's called pretend they're a ghost. Pretend they literally don't exist. Which Scottish player is the highest stock running into the World Cup? It's McTominay. McTominay is Starboy. They're pushing too high. Well, here's the deal. If you're going to try and play with your left back 10 yards on the other side of the center line, your center backs need to be a hell of a lot higher than they are. Can you look at the Vallecano penalty save? Yeah, sure. Augusto Batalla and his penalty save. Oh, yeah, it's a penalty. Oh, yeah, it's a penalty. Okay, here comes the penalty for Strasbourg. Oh, good save. Oh, good save. You got to feel like such a baller, dude. You hit the double save. It's not a great parry. But there's actually no chance this guy's scoring. Like, where this is, he's got to get elevation on the ball, but the way he's striking the ball, there's basically no way he's not going to hit him straight in the chest. Saying off his line. No, he's on. That's the way they teach the goalkeepers now. They keep 1 foot back, and that's the foot you push off with, and that foot keeps you behind the line. He's on. Yeah, his foot, the ball's being struck. It has left this guy's foot. We can see with the blur, and his foot's still on the line. Yeah. He does but that's the way they teach it now. You keep that 1 foot either on the ground or in the air. Like, that's the one you push off with and kind of kick back, and it gives you a little bit more of an angle. I mean, it wasn't a great penalty. He just hit it hard to one side. If you keep your foot on the line, it's good. Yeah, you have to have some part of your body on the line when the ball is hit, and then you're good. The issue is when you Liverpool your way off the line. You just conga line your way out there. You know, they obviously enforced that a little more strictly than they used to with the whole video review thing and everything, but yeah. I mean, look, you're talking to, an international level goalkeeper here. So, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. An internationally registered goalkeeper. Not capped yet. Not capped yet. Still got time. Still in the prime of my career. So what I want to read more about, because we are now entering the period of the stream where we are going to record 2 isms for Zealandism, I want to read more about this Valverde situation. We obviously have the initial Athletic article that we were reading earlier today. I want to see if any new breaking news is dropping on this, because the Real Madrid situation is insane. And we are going to make an ism about that for sure. How does the big stage feel? I mean, it feels, it's tough. It's tough. The big stage is difficult. I haven't been able to get my cap yet, but I still got time. I still got time. Maybe someday me and my Marshall Islands nationality on Transfermarkt without a club, which is not true. I coach at UD Malia. I coach at UD Malia. The market value is not high. The market value is not high, and the ads are quite weird. The market value is not high. We go to the Marshall Islands national team. Yeah, I'm no longer listed as a call-up on the Marshall Islands national team. Dang it. I'm no longer listed as a call-up on the Marshall Islands national team. Dude, stop. My goat is washed. Nah, it's okay. I was the 3rd goalkeeper anyways. Some great dudes. These are some great dudes. The vast majority of them not playing at any level outside of men's league. I've retired to prolong my club career. Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? Without a club since, never been on a club. Apparently, never been on a club. But international goalkeeper. Real Madrid midfielder Fede Valverde is set to miss this weekend's Clásico with a head injury following an altercation that ESPN sources said took place between him and teammate Aurélien Tchouameni. The fight broke out during training Thursday and comes just a day after Marca reported the 2 midfielders had already been involved in an altercation during Wednesday's training session. Valverde, according to a source, required stitches after sustaining a cut during the scrap with Tchouameni and had to be taken to the hospital. After the test carried out today on our player by the Real Madrid Medical Services, he's been diagnosed with a cranioencephalic trauma. Like a Wikipedia. It's just a head injury. I mean, what's the point of using such a big word? Literally, he got hit in the head by an external force. Valverde is at home in good condition and will need rest for 10 to 14 days as indicated by medical protocols for his diagnosis. With that timeline, the Uruguay international set to miss the Clasico at Camp Nou on Sunday. Madrid have also announced they've opened disciplinary proceedings against both players. Okay. A source has told ESPN the fight broke out at the end of training following a practice match with some heavy challenges. Tchouaméni went to the training room and Valverde then entered looking very tense. That's where they got into a fight. The source said. A second source told ESPN that Valverde kicked Tchouaméni during training. Then they insulted each other and Tchouaméni went for Valverde and hit him badly. The tension between them started when Xabi Alonso was still at the club. So this has been going on for a while. This has been going on for a while. Yesterday, I had an incident with a teammate stemming from a play during training, a situation where the fatigue of competition and sheer frustration caused everything to get blown out of proportion. In a normal locker room, things like this can happen, and they're settled amongst ourselves without ever seeing the light of day. However, there is someone evidently behind the scenes who is quick to run to the press with the story, adding fuel to a trophyless season in which Real Madrid is always under the microscope and everything gets magnified. Today, we had another run-in. During the argument, I accidentally struck a table again, sustaining a small cut on my forehead that required a routine visit to the hospital. Small, routine, downplaying the hell out of it, dude. Federico Valverde. Some sources say Valverde had 3 birds circling his head after he fell down. One of those. Last Friday, ESPN revealed the bad results had moved into the dressing room and that there were already several incidents of tension since the start of the season. Sources told ESPN about another moment of tension when Rudiger lost his nerve. ESPN did not reveal the name of the person involved at the time, but Alvaro Carreras himself confirmed in a statement that he had an altercation with a teammate. In that report, ESPN also revealed other arguments over the past week between Madrid manager Alvaro Arbeloa and several of his players, including Dani Ceballos and Raul Asensio. As long as it's not Vinny, you know. It is well known there's been a lack of rapport between club captain Dani Carvajal and Arbeloa. That is because Arbeloa is Vinicius Jr.'s sock puppet. Following Alonso's sacking, ESPN revealed the manager left Madrid with friction toward 3 key players, Vinny Jr., Valverde, and Jude Bellingham. Other sources told ESPN the last few weeks there have also been some incidents involving another star of the team, Kylian Mbappe, with members of Arbeloa's staff. Madrid, meanwhile, are still searching for what will be their 4th manager in the past 2 years. Regarding this, sources have informed ESPN that there are differing views between those responsible for selecting the new manager, and that there was a long list including Mourinho, Klopp, Deschamps, Scaloni, and Allegri, and even Unai Emery. Interesting. That's a great article by ESPN. What about you, BBC? Elizabeth Conway. He was taken to the hospital. We're looking for new information that we didn't learn from the ESPN article. Real later said in a statement they're following the incident that occurred in the morning during the team's training session of the disciplinary proceedings. The club confirmed he'd been diagnosed with cranioencephalic trauma. He got hit really hard in the head. A type of concussion. Didn't say that. Sources have told BBC Sport that Uruguayan midfielder Valverde was knocked unconscious. There we go. That's something a little different. He was knocked out. They said he had memory loss. That's not uncommon in concussions. That is, in fact, quite common in concussions. I had short-term memory loss in mine. I've had one severe concussion in my life. Like really bad, had to do an MRI and the whole works. And I was coming in and out of recording memory. So like I would do something Honestly, to this day, I still don't even remember what the order necessarily was. I would do something and remember doing it, and then do it again, and I was doing it again because I didn't remember doing it initially. And then, or it was the other way around. I did it initially and didn't remember that I'd done it, and then I would do it again because I didn't remember that I had done it, and I would remember the time that I did it again. So I would ask somebody the same question like 4 times. I was sure I'd only ask them once, but I'd ask them 4 times. I know you've told us 4 times. Oh no. It's all happening again. Yeah, so memory loss is very common. It depends on where because a concussion is a brain bruise. That's what a concussion is. And it depends on where you bruised your brain, which is why concussions are so tricky. Some take forever to heal. Some heal right away. Some make you can't sleep. Some bright light hurts your eyes. Some you just have raging headaches. And sometimes you can't remember anything. Sometimes you can't remember what happened yesterday. Sometimes you can't remember what happened 5 years ago, and it'll eventually come back. What if it's all just a ruse to lower Barca's guard? That would be hilarious. Tensions between 2 players reportedly started during Wednesday's session. Their argument said to have continued into the dressing room but did not go further. Thursday's alleged altercations reported to have taken place after training at the Valdebebas, when France international Chouameni is said to have confronted Valverde in a verbal argument turned physical. An emergency meeting was called for Thursday evening. There we go. There's more new information. An emergency meeting was called Thursday evening with Florentino Perez and his staff and head coach Alvaro Arbeloa and club captain Dani Carvajal. In their statement, they added the club will provide updates and resolution of proceedings once the corresponding internal procedures have been completed. Real faced Barcelona in El Clasico at the Camp Nou. Spanish media say the incident has been described internally by several members of staff as the most serious ever experienced at Valdebebas. So there's 3 little bits here. 1, emergency meeting. 2, most serious incident ever at the Valdebebas. And 3, that he was knocked unconscious. And these are the reports of tension. Regarding the incident with my colleagues, a specific matter of no relevance has already been settled. Okay, this is a statement from Carreras that they're talking about. All right, I feel like I filled in a lot of the blanks on this with those 2 articles. You can trust ESPN and BBC, gonna give you the goods, you know. Oh, Ferland Mendy. He's torn tendon with bone separation after coming off just 14 minutes into their win over Espanyol. He has been diagnosed with a rectus femoris tendon injury in his right leg. They believed that the injury would leave him out for 5 months after surgery, but it's now been confirmed to be much worse. The left defender is considering retirement if his rehabilitation does not progress well. Goodness gracious. 16th injury for Ferland Mendy since he joined from Lyon. Wow. Sometimes you just gotta hang it up, man. Sometimes you just gotta hang it up. And then we have Ornstein's article right here. So okay. We got that. Let me go pee real quick. And we're going to be diving absolutely into this. We're going to be diving into this. There.
Real just seems to suddenly be a toxic workplace where the egos are finally winning out.
Real just seems like so to be a toxic workplace where the egos are finally winning out. Yeah, I mean, it's worked for them in the past. That ego-driven kind of. I think I might make an argument here. Okay. So the argument that I want to make, chat, is that the Galacticos era was actually not very successful, and once they built up this like core of great players again, then they started winning Champions Leagues again. That's the argument I want to make. Do you guys think that I have there's a case in there for that? Because this was the era where there was like a ton of infighting, right? No, thank you, Alexa. Appreciate that. Feel the song has your answer. Why? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Okay. I'm lying? You think I'm lying? There was the Galacticos 2.0 that worked. But the Galacticos 2.0, I mean, look, I'm not like a tremendous football historian here. From here down, right, Galacticos 2.0, 2013, whatever, there wasn't as much infighting. There wasn't the drama that Real Madrid had with David Beckham and co, right? How long is he gone? Coming back soon? Yeah, I just peed. I had to pee. If that's okay with you. All right. I think we get down to business and start to record this ism. What do you say? I think we get down to the brass tacks. I think we get down to the bare bones. I think we get down to beeswax and we record this ism. What do you say to that? What say you? I say yes! All right. Recording using the NVIDIA? Dude, it captures the screen super well. Also, I don't know why this like supersedes the bottom bar, but I can just quit now. I can just quit now, please. Thank you. Will there be one about Neymar and Robinho? I was thinking there probably would be. At some point. But, you know, Zealandism needs us to make one Zealandism needs us to make one World Cup preview a day, so it's difficult. You can only have one other story, basically, unless you want to start recording 3 or 4 in the same day. I don't want to talk about it that much. You probably mentioned that the petition for Mbappe to leave has reached over 39 million signatures. I didn't know what this was. Why are they going after Mbappe? He went on holiday. It's the criticism is largely centered around his role in the crisis that is fracturing the dressing room at the biggest club in the world. Recent reports revealed that Mbappe has a training ground dispute with a member of the coaching staff, causing him to go isolated from the team and be viewed as a person with an overly individualistic nature. 27-year-old fueled that perception when he took off to Italy for a vacation 1 week ahead of El Clasico instead of rehabbing his hamstring injury in Madrid. Fans took extreme offense to the sight of their star player living it up on holiday while the likes of Vinny and Jude were playing their hearts out against Espanyol on Sunday. It goes without saying that Mbappe has lost the respect. Okay, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. So 39 million people have signed it. No wonder 39 million people have signed it. That's the easiest thing to sign of all time. You just click a button. I could probably use Claude to write a code to click that button repeatedly, like, nonstop. I don't know. I've already signed. So I guess you just need to, well, that's because I'm probably logged into an account on Chrome. Like, if you were able to look at this page anonymously, you could totally write a piece of code that would just click this button over and over in 5 seconds. Because they're alleging that essentially almost the entire population of Spain has signed this petition to get rid of Mbappe. Anyways, all right. You guys ready to record a Zealandism? Zealandism's out of town all week, so we got to do it. Well, there is nonsense afoot. There is tomfoolery afoot. There is a rolling daycare that is currently operating at Real Madrid, and everything has now gotten completely out of hand. Because usually, even though daycares can get rowdy and a little unruly, you don't end up with somebody in the hospital. Unless little Timmy happens to contract that new virus that's going around, in which case things might get serious pretty quickly. But other than that, right, you're not going to end up in the situation where one of the little kids is going to the hospital. But little Fetty Valverde has ended up in the hospital. Elite slander name I've seen thrown around. But I really do genuinely hope he's okay, because apparently he hit his head on a table. And he didn't do that voluntarily because Florentino Perez asked him to or any other reason. He did that because his own teammate, Aurelian Tchouameni, was fighting him in the dressing room. And I just want to be very, very, very clear, because there is an attempt coming out from Fede Valverde, from basically most everyone at Real Madrid, trying to downplay what has happened. How many times has a footballer ended up in the hospital because of an altercation that has occurred in the dressing room? That is an impossible thing to cover up. Even for Real Madrid, it is an impossible thing to cover up. And it's worth mentioning, they're not doing their best at covering things up right now, because the training room the locker room at the Valdebebas is leaking like a sieve. This thing's going down like the Titanic. There's so many leaks coming out of this thing, they might need to build a whole new training like a whole new training ground with thicker walls to be able to keep all this stuff in. Okay? But this is an impossible thing to cover up because he's ended up in the hospital. El Clasico is in a couple of days, and now Fede Valverde is... hold on. In case you didn't notice, I'm not Zealandism. I'm Zealand, right? Zealandism's out of town. I'm recording these, and it's very kind of Zealandism to allow me to record these because, I'm doing a 100-hour stream week as a thank you for us raising 20,000 pounds for War Child during Jingle Jam. I realize those are a lot of words you might not understand, but, War Child's a great charity. We raised 20,000 pounds for them. So I'm streaming 100 hours this week. And part of that is I have to flip for every hour. So I've been encouraged, as you can see by the chat here, to take a little field trip to Flipadelphia and throw up the 47. So we are now in the hour of Foden. 47 hours. Somebody in chat said, dude, Valverde literally came out and said it's not true. No, he didn't. Valverde, according to ESPN, thank you. That actually is a very good guiding question. I totally planted that dude in the chat to help out. Yeah, so Valverde said in a statement on Instagram, according to ESPN, yesterday I had an incident with a teammate stemming from a play during a training situation where the fatigue of competition and sheer frustration caused everything to get blown out of proportion. In a normal locker room, things like this can happen and they're settled amongst ourselves. However, there is some evidently behind the scenes who is quick to turn to the press with the story, adding fuel to a trophyless season and so on and so forth, right? Then he admits, today we had another run-in. During the argument, I accidentally struck a table, sustaining a small cut on my forehead that required a routine visit to the hospital. Apparently, though according to the BBC, it was not a small incident, but in fact he was knocked unconscious in the altercation. He was knocked unconscious. Fede Valverde is worth $100 million easy on the open market today, and this guy was knocked unconscious. That's a problem at any time. It's particularly a problem when one of your other $100 million players just clonks him. Now, we don't know how he ended up face to table. It might have been a small shove and then he tripped over a garden hose and fell like a Looney Tunes character straight into the corner. Again, even though I'm making lots of jokes, I really do hope Valverde's okay. Head injuries are always serious, right? And especially corner of the table head injuries can get really nasty really quickly when you fall awkwardly. So I'm glad he's okay enough to release a statement. Real Madrid says he's out to 10 to 14 days and this is fun. Let me see if I can find the phrase here. A cranioencephalic trauma. It's a fancy word for he got hit in the head and has a concussion. So that's nice. At least some sort of concussion. So he has a cranioencephalic trauma. Don't ever say that we aren't overly medically specific on this channel because that would be the greatest insult to all we did. Now, I'm not an expert in small cuts, but if a doctor is able to look at you and say that you are suffering from a cranioencephalic trauma, then it's probably not the smallest cut known to man. And the funny thing is, much like Morgan Gibbs White in the Europa League today, we are probably going to get a bunch of shots the next time Valverde is in public trying to find the cut on his head. That has been reported in some places to be on his forehead, so that is going to be particularly hard to miss. He is going to be the new Harry Potter of Real Madrid, right? The one that they tried to smite little Avada Kedavra and it just bounced right off and launched him into the corner of a table. Now, like I was saying, this is remarkably serious, but it is also the escalation of a trend of utter and complete nonsense at Real Madrid that has been boiling all season. It knocked Xabi Alonso out for good, arguably the best manager going in the world right now when he was coming from Bayer Leverkusen. It gave him a stiff 1-2 to the jaw and he was out the door. Now Arbeloa has come in and he's sucking Vinicius Jr.'s toes. And everybody else seems to be having a problem under that. Antonio Rudiger has had an absolutely massive beef with Carreras, the left back. Certain reports say that Rudiger slapped Carreras at some point and was then later forced to apologize by the club. He has apologized. Carreras, of course, came out publicly. And said that it was an incident on a specific matter that has no relevance and has already been settled. But respectfully, if a member of Real Madrid staff has been slapped by another player, it's probably of some importance, right? And Kylian Mbappe is involved in all sorts of drama. He apparently had a falling out with a member of staff that led to him being considered, an isolated player from the team. This, according to Sports Interactive here, an overly individualistic nature. This has been amplified by the fact that he picked up a minor hamstring injury, and instead of rehabbing the injury in Madrid, he went on vacation to Italy. Heaven forbid. That has prompted a petition which has been launched called Mbappe Out, which allegedly has 40 million signatures. But as you see from this video evidence, it is quite easy to sign the signature, so no doubt it is a ton of bots, and there are not 40 million people that are signing clicking a button to say they want Kylian Mbappe out of Madrid. But this is a great example of how ridiculously out of hand all of this has gotten. I think the whole Mbappe situation is completely overblown. The guy's scored 1 billion goals for Real Madrid already. He is, in my opinion, basically and arguably the best player on the team. He is arguably the best player in the entire world at any given moment. If he takes a vacation for a week because he has a hamstring injury, I don't necessarily have a huge problem with that. I have always thought that fans blow that sort of stuff way out of proportion, because when you play at a club like Real Madrid, you are literally playing 12 months a year. It's almost an opportunity for him to be able to go on a vacation, and it could be a good thing to reset his mind and get out of all the filth that's happening in the dressing room. Now, the whole situation between Valverde and Tchouaméni apparently lasted multiple days. So this is Thursday. I'm recording this. It's Thursday at 5:51 p.m. Eastern time in the United States. Just in case any crazy news about this drops after that, I obviously wasn't able to add it to this video. There was a beef on Wednesday that spilled over into Thursday morning. They trained Thursday morning. Various reports have said there was a hard challenge from Valverde. Another report that I read, and this is all from reputable sources like BBC and ESPN, and David Ornstein also wrote a great article about this with The Athletic, like reputable journalistic sources, not just some dude on Twitter, right? That said that Valverde kicked out at Tchouaméni at one point, or that it was just a really strong challenge, and that they were both hitting each other, basically. It was a very physical scrimmage environment. And then it spilled over into the dressing room, where all sources tend to agree that Tchouaméni was the guy that kind of initiated the confrontation this time, but that Valverde was already quite perturbed before they went into the dressing room. And then it all kicked off. It became physical. Valverde ends up on a table, and Gryffindor wins the House Cup. Okay? This can't happen if Real Madrid wants to be who they think they are, right? And I'm going to use a great example that I've pulled up here. This is Champions League results, Real Madrid. From 2002 down to 2012, they obviously did not win a Champions League title, and that was the prime era of the Galacticos. That was your David Beckham era, right? That was your era of intense drama in Madrid. Real Madrid's always going to court drama. There's so much fan interest and so much intensity. I'm not going to pretend that there's never going to be drama, which is why when Antonio Rudiger is slapping Carreras in a vacuum, it's not a problem. But when all of these things are coming together and it's getting worse, it seems like we're careening off the rails. Like, everybody's losing the plot here. This is not a successful strategy. There are people that delude themselves into thinking, well, Real Madrid's always made up of a bunch of prima donnas and they win anyways. The eras in which Real Madrid is winning lots of Champions Leagues, for example, these 5 Champions Leagues right here, they had a core of a team that were not engaged in this type of drama, this type of self-destructive drama. And I don't think there's ever been bigger, more self-destructive drama than this. I mean, it was even said in one of these articles, and I think I got to find the line here. It might have been at the bottom of the BBC article right here. Yes. Spanish media says the incident has been described internally by several members of staff as the most serious ever experienced in the Valdebebas. They have called an emergency meeting. I'm talking Dani Carvajal, the captain, Arbeloa, the coach, and all the bigwigs, including Florentino Perez at the club, for tonight. There is an emergency meeting that might even still be going on right now to try to figure out how to handle this. And of course, Real Madrid has announced that it will be conducting internal investigations and into both players, right? This is not an instance of Tchouaméni just like flew off the rails and took out Valverde. They're investigating both players involved in the incident, and they have said that they will publicly announce the results of those investigations. And might I remind you, I mentioned this offhand earlier, there is a Clasico this weekend. It feels like we are dangling a stick of dynamite over an entire pile of kindling right now. Right? And the sparks are flying off and the kindling's starting to catch. And once we drop that dynamite this weekend, if Real Madrid goes out and gets smacked by Barcelona, which, by the way, if you want to add like nitroglycerin to the wound here, I can't speak. I've been streaming for 47 hours. If Barcelona wins this game, they win the league. Right? That's going to add some sauce to this. I think that's why everybody's so up in arms and why the intensity is so high. Is Real Madrid's looking at another trophyless season too, and the pressure on these guys is insane. But I think there is not a strong leader in this locker room that is able to keep the ducks in a row, and the strong personalities that Florentino Perez covets so much have completely gotten out of control. And history would indicate that does not bode well for Real Madrid's ability to win the big one, or much of anything, to be perfectly honest. And it was only after learning from the mistakes of the original Galacticos and reloading the team with your Luka Modric's, with your Sergio Ramos's, I'm forgetting some, with your Toni Kroos's, right? Reloading your team with a spine of players. Danny Carvajal, obviously, I didn't necessarily want to mention him. He was there for all that, right? And obviously Benzema being able to work with Cristiano Ronaldo, which is a notoriously difficult thing to do, getting Ronaldo to buy in, and then putting somebody like Zinedine Zidane above them who can whip all those guys into shape, because who's not going to listen to Zinedine Zidane? There's plenty of people that won't listen to Arbeloa, right? And if they wouldn't listen to Xabi Alonso, honestly, I thought he was going to be the solution in the first place. But this is a really dangerous situation with a bunch of really expensive, highly paid players who might all hate each other. And there's nobody in there to knock their heads together like toddlers at the daycare and make them get along for the greater good of the team. This could start to really careen out of control. And the fans definitely aren't going to help either, because they do things like that, right? This is all just going to be, I don't know what's going to happen this weekend, but I damn sure will be there. Not just because I have to be there, which I do, because I'll still be finishing my 100-hour stream week, but you get the idea. All right. The ism is done. What do we think? Did you agree, disagree with any of the points that I made? You know, how was my delivery? How was my comedic timing? I have to admire your dedication. You're still going. Incredible from you. I appreciate it. I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. You know what I'm saying? You said Sports Interactive instead of Sports Illustrated? Are you serious? That's so funny. I don't know if it was the music, but it felt so off. Yeah, I mean, the music is on a different audio track, so they're able to edit it out. All right. Now, the other thing that Zealandism's been doing that we have to keep up for him is he's been doing this World Cup preview operation. So we're going to record the next World Cup preview video for Zealandism, which is going to be Paraguay. The Paraguay national team. I just accidentally closed that. All right. Paraguay What do we know about the Paraguay national team, Chet? We know their best player is a center back, Omar Alderete at Sunderland, captained by Palmeiras's Gustavo Gomez. I know that Rocky Santa Cruz, or whatever his name was, is an all-timer. Big Rocky Santa Cruz guy. They had a great run from 98 to 2010, but they have not been to the World Cup since 2010, and they are finally back. First World Cup in a generation. How have they been doing in the recent Copa Americas? Getting grouped, apparently. Good for them. Were they in our group at Copa America? Am I remembering that wrong? I am remembering that wrong. Oh, yo, they finished dead last with 0 points. Hot way to come in. Very good way to come in. They got to the final of Copa America in 2011. They did. You are right. And that was a huge aberration for them. Back-to-back semifinals. And that was around the time, that was, I would assume that 2011 team's virtually the same team that reached the quarterfinals of the World Cup in South Africa in 2010. That's a sleeper poll right there. That they were a quarterfinalist at the South Africa World Cup. They're a good defensive team that prove they have the toughness and the structure to be able to succeed. Look at these scores, bro. Look at the scores, man. 0-0, 1-0, 0-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-2, 1-0, 2-2, 2-0, 1-0 loss, 0-0, 1-0 win. I think if I remember right, they only scored 14 goals in 18 games, but they allowed 10. They allowed 10. Oh, it's such beautiful haram. It's such beautiful haram. I knew it was something crazy like that already. Paraguay World Cup preview. Should be some of them because they're in the group with the U.S. Fox Sports always does a really surface level one. Who they have as the top players: Enciso, Diego Gomez, and Gustavo Gomez and Omar Alderete. Oh, their coach is the guy that took Ecuador to the World Cup 4 years ago. Traitor! Traitor! Oh, he coached Costa Rica as well. In the interim. He's from Argentina. Argentina produces so many managers, dude. He's been managing since This dude's been managing longer than I've been alive. This guy's been managing since before I was born. Gustavo Alfaro. The Uruguay team that beat them in that final was the same team that went to the semis of that World Cup. True. That was in Brazil's run of not winning and Argentina's run of not winning, because then the next two Copa Americas were won by Chile. Because they played two Copa Americas in 2 years for some... they wanted to do like a 100-year anniversary Copa America. Almost looked like the very same Zealandism there. It was a good pace to the recording after so many hours streaming. Oh, I got the goods, man. Zealandism thinks he's got one up on me. He doesn't. Do, 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 do. There's only 7 million people in Paraguay. South American nations ranked by population. Only Uruguay is smaller. And Uruguay is famously small. So Paraguay is punching above its weight, I see. I see. There are 440 million people in South America. There are 3,500 on the Falkland Islands. Thank goodness we figured that one out. I was wondering. Rocky Santa Cruz is still playing professionally? There's no way. He's played for two of the biggest clubs in Paraguay, back to back. I don't know how that happened. Club Olimpia and then Club Libertad, two of the biggest clubs in Paraguay. He spent the last 10 years playing in Paraguay, and then he's moved to Club Nacional, who are also in Paraguay. He played for the Bayern first team in 1999. Yes, he did. He moved back to Olympia in 2016 when he was 34. Played for 5 years, moved to Libertad, and then moved to Nacional. 112 cap. Dude, bring him to the World Cup. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. Bring him up. When was his last game? '15 Copa America. He captained Paraguay to the 2015 Copa America. He was in the prelim. He's never retired. He has never retired from the national team. In May of 2019, he was in the preliminary 40-man squad for the 2019 Copa America that did not make the final cut. His last appearance for Paraguay was 10 years ago against Peru in a World Cup qualifier. I mentioned that at the top of his Wikipedia page. He retired from international football in 2016, but reversed his decision in 2019. Bring him back. Bring him back. 11 appearances for Nacional this year. Bring him back. All right. We need to break down how they've been playing in these friendlies. How they've been lining up. They played Morocco. That's a good matchup. He's expected to return before the end of the season. Okay. Whose eyebrows over here? Junior Alonso. Atletico Mineiro from Brazil. Okay. Alderete, isn't it? Omar Alderete is at Sunderland now. They're talking about Omar Alderete in the YouTube chat, talking about how he was still at Getafe, but he has, alas, he has moved. They beat Mexico. Take a look at that. See how the teams have changed. Sanabria. Otherwise, who's braces here? Ramon Sosa. Okay, Galarza. That's why I recognize the name. Okay. Alexi Duarte. These are not the center backs they are going to start at the World Cup. So I don't really, I'm not really taking that. I'm not really taking that at face value too much. The Butcher of Sunderland. What is the biggest gap between caps for a national team? You mean like the highest cap player relative to everybody else that's ever played for the country? I would be interested to know the answer to that. I'm sure there's probably like a really logical explanation as to what that deal is. Or what the, like, there would be one guy that played one, like, goalkeeper probably for a smaller country, but he was a really good goalkeeper. What's Keylor Navas at? Oh, gap between call-ups. You could ask. Biggest gap between international call-ups in football history. Biggest gap between international call-ups for a single player in football history is generally recognized as 11 years and 49 days for England's Ian Callaghan, who played in 1966 and was not recalled until 1977. Another notable long gap was Fabio Quagliarella for Italy with nearly 8.5 years, and Dominic Solanke for England with a 7-year gap. Ian Callaghan is Liverpool's record appearance maker with 857 in an impressive 19-year career. Goodness gracious. The only Ballon d'Or winner on the list, Stanley Matthews, was given his England debut in 1934, but Stoke and Blackpool Icon was still playing for the Three Lions in 1957 in qualifiers for the World Cup the year after. There was a lengthy absence with World War I stopping World War II. The oldest and first ever Ballon d'Or winner, Matthews, away from the national team for a period of 7 years and 329 days before he featured against Scotland in 1947. Yeah, that's a World War II enforced deal. I didn't know Frank Lampard's dad was a national team player. Huh. All right, well, that was an interesting aside. Let's knock this out. And then we're playing Project Zomboid tonight. That is our big time game tonight. I have never played. I am probably going to get my butt kicked, but I am going to go into it with a raucous amount of enthusiasm. Let's do a little World Cup preview of Paraguay. Night shift clocking in. What's up, big man? The night shift is starting to clock in. I guess we're past 6 p.m., you know? The evening shift, should we say? The evening shift. Lampard's uncle is also Harry Redknapp. Should have been asleep an hour ago, but I'm here for the Zomboid. Should be fun. All right, well, let's get this recording then. Let's preview Paraguay. They deserve a preview. We did Australia yesterday. We did the United States the day before, and now we're here. Oh. Do a little bad. Oh, yeah. You know what, chat? We've been sleeping on the stretches, dude. We've been sleeping on the stretches. It's time for us to hit a little stretch, okay? It's time for us to hit a little stretch. Give it a little lean, a little side to side. Now bring it down and touch the toes. Oh. I felt things that bordered on spiritual in that stretch. Oh. Have you seen the new football FM new game? I know. I don't necessarily know what that means, though. I have not. All right, grabbing the leg, pulling it up behind. Ooh. Ooh. He taught them well. Well said. Oh. All right, toss a foot over the top. Yeah. That'll do it just fine right there. Oh. Oh, yeah. Feel fantastic. Oh, yeah. Great stretch. Sensational stretch. Okay. The old tricep behind the neck. Ooh, yeah. Good call. Good call. It's amazing how taxing it is to sit 15 hours a day. All right. Let's do this. And so the inevitable march towards the World Cup continues. We're previewing one team every single day until the World Cup gets here. We've made it all the way to Group D, and we are now doing the Pot 3 team from Group D, who's none other than Paraguay. There are certain teams that show up to this World Cup tournament with recognizable stars, and even a team like Egypt has a couple of players that play regularly on the biggest stages of the game. And so you have a couple of guys that you can kind of hang your hat on if you follow the sport that, well, that's somebody that I'm going to go watch over there. Paraguay, they're not one of those teams. But they also exist in this weird zone where, sure, there's some of those teams like Curacao and maybe Iraq, and but everybody thinks that those teams are terrible and don't stand a chance, where Paraguay is a team without a particularly recognizable collection of players that is also assumed to be pretty difficult to play against. And both of those assumptions are true. And that is something that makes this Paraguayan team pretty unique. And the reason that these players are perhaps so unrecognizable to us now is that this Paraguayan generation has not been able to actually make it into the World Cup since 2010. In 2010, Paraguay established the crowning jewel of a 4 World Cup run of qualifying with a quarterfinal appearance. This is the same generation that would then go on in the following year and finish as a runner-up, and then once again make it to the semifinals in 2015 with Rocky Santa Cruz still kicking around, who, by the way, is still playing professional football. He has been playing in Paraguay for a decade. He's 44, the all-time Paraguayan legend, if you don't know who he is. But after that great run, Paraguay has not been able to make it back to the World Cup. But with the expansion of qualifying, Paraguay was really one of the teams that benefited. They managed to get in to this World Cup, at least automatically, because of the expansion by 1 spot in qualifying for South America. It used to be 2 spots. It expanded by 2 spots, right? The expansion of World Cup the expansion was from 4 automatic qualifying spots to 6, and Paraguay the expansion was from 4 automatic qualifying spots to 6, and Paraguay slotted into the final qualifying spot. But there is so much to be learned about this team. Oh no, I've lost my flow. My flow is gone, chat. It's so hard to be Zealandism. Cut! Cut! Take 5. Even though that makes it sound like this Paraguay team isn't actually that good, there's a lot that can be taken away from how all of that qualifying went and how this Paraguayan team survived the blood sport that is South American qualifying to get to this point right now. They ended up tied on points with Brazil, in a 4-way tie with Colombia and Uruguay, and just 1 point behind Ecuador, who had a couple of points deducted. They would have actually been on 32 based off the results that they got. But it's not like Paraguay was off the back of the wagon here. They were very much attached to all of these teams. And if qualifying had gone the way that it used to, only these 4 spots would have been automatic, and this tiebreaker would have determined literally who went to the World Cup and who was outright eliminated, which would have been Paraguay, and it would have sent Brazil, of all countries, to the Intercontinental Playoff. So that would have been absolutely insane, but World Cup has expanded to 48, so that didn't happen. The takeaway that I'm trying to point out here, though, is that Paraguay, in 18 matches played, managed to score just 14 goals. But on the flip side of that, they conceded just 10. This ties group-winning Argentina and haram ball experts Ecuador for the fewest goals allowed. Ecuador beating them, obviously, by allowing only 5. We'll talk about that when we get to them. But for Paraguay, this was a team that played diabolical defense. If you look back through their qualifying section, you can see that from September through to the beginning of the next summer, they did not lose a match in World Cup qualifying. And there was a lot of 0-0, 1-0. That's a win over Brazil, by the way, for those keeping track at home. A 0-0 with Ecuador, which, given the number of goals those two teams allowed, not surprising at all. A 2-1 win over Venezuela. A 2-1 win over Argentina. At this point, you're sitting here thinking, damn. And I know. That's why I'm showing this to you. Because if you just look at the qualifying table, or you just look at the qualifying position, or you look at the footballing history, you assume this Paraguayan team is not necessarily going to be able to play. They were even able to draw on the moon, playing on the road against Bolivia at 30,000 feet of altitude or whatever the hell it is. They then beat Chile, drew Colombia, beat Uruguay again, another World Cup team, lost at Brazil but just 1-0, then 0-0, then 1-0 win. In their last 3 matches, they scored a grand total of 1 goal, but they got 4 points, right? And the good news for Paraguay is going into this World Cup, there's only 3 matches. This is a tournament style. This isn't a league. The South American qualifying is much more of a league than this is going to be. All Paraguay has to do is not lose, and the next round is theirs. And that's all you needed to tell these guys, because they survived the nightmarish hellscape of South American qualifying with way fewer scratches than you would have expected. That's because their best players are on their defense. But they do have some bright offensive players who have experience playing at a high level, specifically 2 or 3 guys that could make a difference for them going the other direction. But no matter who you are playing against Paraguay, you are not necessarily going to be in for an easy game. This team has established its identity and has earned its way to this point. But they are capable of laying an egg. I don't know which was the outlier, Copa America or the World Cup qualifying, but they showed up at Copa America and finished with a raucous 0 points and 8 goals allowed in just 3 matches. I don't know what happened to them here. Right, I wasn't on the touchline. I wouldn't have been able to tell you, but Paraguay showed up and just couldn't deliver anything, even though Costa Rica, who didn't qualify from the World Cup and got qualified. Now, Costa Rica didn't even qualify for the World Cup. They got knocked out by Haiti. But they did get 4 points in this major tournament that was played 2 years ago, and this Paraguayan team wasn't able to get a single point there. So it is possible that this Paraguay shows up, right? It is a team that is an underdog in South America. It's a team that is an underdog when it shows up at Copa America. And even though it has built a nice little, new millennium World Cup history for itself, making the World Cups in 98, 02, 06, and 2010, they are just not a team that is bringing a ton of firepower to bear. They are, however, bringing just about everything else that you need to make a winning team. So watch out and be careful. The team itself is composed of a rugged, motley crew of guys that play all over South America and the United States, and a few guys that play in Europe. You can see on the right side here the country flag of the different countries that these guys play in. This is the call-up from March 31st, so the most recent international window, where they played against Greece, won, and Morocco lost 2-1. Of course, Morocco, a borderline top 10 team in the world at this point, right? Not an easy game to play, and they gave them a very good showing. Now, the best player for Paraguay, I am going to point out the guy that Football Manager points out actually is the best player for Paraguay. Now, the best player for Paraguay is Omar Alderete. He is a guy that helped usher in an era of defensive solidity at Getafe that has locked them in as one of the good teams in La Liga. And he has now made a move to Sunderland, who, I don't know if you've noticed, have played way above their station. He is not always sane. He's not always a sane individual, but he's one heck of a defender, right? Like, he's one of those types of guys. He is let's make him the general, the 4-star general of Paraguay's Haram Ball. is going to be Omar Alderete, right? And unlike a lot of the guys that are on his team who play probably one step below the real world-class level, this guy plays in what is considered by global coefficients as the best league in the world, right? And he has helped marshal a team that a lot of people thought was going to get relegated to a mid-table finish in his first year playing in that league. So Alderete is going to be key to whatever they're doing. Now, the good news for Paraguay is they've got somebody great to pair with that. Gustavo Gomez, their 32-year-old captain, who plays for Palmeiras, as you can see. Right, that is going to be the center back pairing. Very likely that these guys are going to wheel out in front of Orlando Gil, the goalkeeper playing at San Lorenzo. Okay. Now, that is a center back pairing that can stifle people, because Palmeiras is one of those levels where, like, you're playing in one of the best clubs in Brazil, right? You are one step below kind of playing at the Premier League level, essentially. You don't want to disrespect the Brazilian league in any way. And that's the mistake that a lot of people make. The reason that a team like Paraguay feels nameless and faceless to a lot of people is because the South American leagues don't get nearly as much press. These guys aren't playing in the European Champions League. They're not playing in La Liga. They're not playing in Clásicos, right? There are two of them in the Premier League. You know what I mean? But they're still playing at a very high level that is talked about regionally. Like, the Paraguayan national team is definitely more disrespected globally than it would be in South America, where you know these guys and you go, oh yeah, Gustavo Gomez. Right? Like, yeah, he's plays in Palmeiras. Duh. Now, the players that can make a difference for this side going forward. Miguel Almiron. This guy's only 32 years old. I say only because I'm surprised at how old he is in the first place. This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. I tried to save it. It doesn't make any sense. Now, the players that can make a difference for this team going forward. Miggy Almiron. This is a guy that burst onto the scene, strangely enough, in the United States at Atlanta United in MLS. He had a couple of big-time breakout years, made a move to the Premier League, played there for 6 years at Newcastle United. He has now bounced back to Atlanta United, where he is kind of starting the process of winding down his career. But he has, for this lost generation of Paraguayan players, been that starlet player that's been making plays on the outside. And he's very happy to have some help on this team because he has a couple of guys. One, Diego Gomez, plays for Brighton and Hove Albion. And if any team has the eye for talent, they do, because actually both of the players that are on this team have come through the Brighton, both of the other players I'm going to mention, Diego and the next guy, have come through Brighton. Right, Brighton has they've got their fingers down in MLS. They pulled Diego Gomez away from Inter Miami. I actually used to do a podcast with a guy named Julian Gressel, and I remember him talking about how Brighton was basically on Diego Gomez from the moment he set foot at Inter Miami. They knew that they wanted him, and Inter Miami knew they weren't going to be able to hang on to him, and so he just flew his way off to the Premier League. Flew his way off. Oh, no. Flew his way off to the... Yeah, you know what? Zealandism is just better at this than I am. He's just better at this than I am. Freelandism. Hashtag Freelandism. I know I'm not Zealandism. Okay. Before you knew it, he was gone. He moved over. He's suffering from a knee injury. Initially, they were afraid that he was going to miss the World Cup, but reports, specifically Google AI, when I Googled it, are saying that he should be back by the end of the season, which means he will obviously be back by the time the World Cup rolls around. Then the other guy, perhaps the most exciting guy, is Julio Enciso. Julio Enciso is somebody that has been considered an up-and-coming, potentially explosive, promising footballer for a while now. At the age of 18, he went straight from the Paraguayan League to Brighton. They eventually moved him on to Strasbourg, which is obviously just Chelsea's B team. He's a guy that this is his opportunity to take the next step, right? It's always interesting when you end up in this position where Miguel Almiron at all the Copa Americas and all the World Cup qualifying in South America has been the relied upon creator for this Paraguay national team. He's been the guy that everybody looked up to, that was playing in the Premier League, that could carry them. That torch is now being passed. This is Julio Enciso's really first World Cup that he was going to be a fully formed player at. The last one he was 18. Obviously, if you're 18 when the World Cup rolls around, you're younger when qualifying's happening. He can't really contribute. He was still at Libertad. This is the first qualifying cycle he has been there for. He has been able to help this team with, and he has done his darndest to make a difference in that time period. Right? This is a guy that's been in the national team since he was 17 years old. And he is now coming into form, going into a World Cup as one of the guys that is going to be very heavily featured in this team. This is how they lined up against Morocco. They had Enciso up at the top of the team, right in front of Miguel Almiron with Gomez on the other side. And then when they put the team out against Greece earlier in that friendly window, they had Almiron on one side, Enciso on the other, with Almiron having Gomez behind him. Those three guys are the key. Right, the spine of this team is going to be strong. Paraguay is going to make it difficult to score unless they have a meltdown like they had at Copa America a couple of years ago. I'd be surprised if they did, because the level of South American qualifying is so high, and they got through that very well. But how far Paraguay can go, how good this team can actually be, whether they can win this group, rests on whether Diego Gomez and Julio Enciso can rise to the occasion and become the players that Brighton and a whole lot of other people have thought that they could be. That's what's going to be able to make the difference. If not, the ceiling for this team is being an absolutely grueling, tough out round of 32 or round of 16 if they get a favorable draw. Right? But they are only going to be able to actually surprise and beat the truly great teams at this World Cup if their couple of players that have the potential to be truly great are great. No pressure. But no, this group's going to be fun. All right, chat. We have previewed Paraguay for the World Cup. Set pieces are going to be key. Probably. Just let Zealandism out of your basement for 20 minutes tomorrow. How do you say all that without stuttering once? I didn't stutter that much. That was a fun preview to do. I like doing the teams that I don't necessarily know as much about, and you can kind of dig into a little more. I do enjoy that. Okay, chat. Do you know what time it is now? Do you know what time it is now? What song is playing? Oh, the song's just about to end anyways. It's time for the night shift. Booyah, shabooyah. Time to turn down the lights a little bit, get comfy. A little mood lighting in this room. Release the chair. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we are going to play the game that's been set out for us tonight. We had a lot of fun with Shadows of Doubt last night. It took a little while to get into, but once we got rolling, we had a great time solving that murder case. But this is a game that is incredibly popular, played by an absolutely massive amount of people. And I have never played it. That's a lie. I played it for 9 minutes. I didn't actually even open the game. It's Project Zomboid. We are playing Project Zomboid tonight. Yeah, I have to literally accept the licensing agreement to be able to join. We are playing Project Zomboid tonight. A game played by so many people that I have never had the pleasure of learning how to play. This is my time. And from what I've been told, it's going to be terrifying. I should check EFL Spygate. I'll probably try to make a video about that later at some point. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. I'm doing a little title switch here. YouTube chat, we are also going to end the stream and restart it because we cannot do a 15-hour stream on YouTube. You can only do a 12. So what we're going to do now is, because we're switching games and like switching from kind of one thing to the next, we're going to end the YouTube stream here. The YouTube stream is going to restart basically immediately, but it's going to be a new stream. Okay, it's going to be a completely new stream. Are you guys ready for that? YouTube, this is not goodbye. It's I'll see you later. All you have to do is click onto the main channel, the main page, and refresh a minute from now. I just need you guys to stick with me, okay? YouTube, I will see you on the other side. Have a good one. We're restarting the YouTube stream now to make sure that the two streams are able to fit well together. Goodbye. I'll be back.